トリガーを引いた。
いや、とんでもない。さあ、止まらない。
Welcome in, everybody, to Area Cup Crown 3, the culmination of the race to crown and all the hard work that some of the highest level Japanese players in Splatoon have put towards making it to this day. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and I welcome you in to, on our side, Kbot, an early tournament, but well worth it as we some of the highest level players that Splatoon has to offer.
Yes, very early for us. My brain is still waking up and I've got my caffeine handy, but nonetheless, the exhilarating battles we're about to see, I'm sure, will be enough to wake me up. I think looking at this field, for those of you that might have before tuning into the live stream or watching the VOD back, you're hard pressed to find probably a better invitational field of Japanese talent, which is one of the reasons why I think it's so nice we get the opportunity to bring this to a Western audience, an English-speaking audience, and hopefully we can do it justice this morning, Zach.
And with events like the Splat World Series on the map for 2026, this is definitely an event to be watching out for. And to give you an idea of how we got to this point, a brief description of the journey leading to Area Cup Crown 3. This is essentially 8 teams where the top 8 players from the Race to Crown rankings were invited to be captains and effectively choose their own roster. The only difference is that the 8th ranked player Yochan Ika declined the invitation and their spot was taken up by the 9th place player Shuma. So definitely a very interesting suite of teams, Kbot, and great to see that these teams are made up of selections by the captains. It's kind of led to some very interesting parity where across all of the different seeds and teams, there's a very interesting split between players that have barely played in the Race to Crown and some that played basically every chance that they got.
Yeah, certainly. And I think those of you that have watched Area Cups in the past, you'll likely see some very familiar staples of the ones that have gone on to win. Those are the captains that are spread out across the various teams that we have here today, right? And I think it's interesting to see, to your point, the selections of those captains, whether they were thinking about team composition specifically, trying to piece parts together from, different players into a pickup that made the most sense for them and trying to work with whatever kind of composition they might have. So some players, it looks like, might be flexing around a little bit to make those kinds of things work. And then, where are the deeper polls? And that's one of the things that I'll be excited to talk about and track throughout the day is some of the polls of the players that might not be at the top of the Area Cup list in terms of their points and Race to the Crowd are often heavy Splatling players as a preview for what we might see. So I'm tracking that today as we get into it. Should be a lot of fun here, Zach.
Well, and we have your format, your regulation here. This is going to be a double elimination tournament draw with no other qualifiers besides the lead up to this. So it's kind of the same sports analogy of it doesn't matter how you got here, you're here now, and you got to make the most of that time. All of our matches will feature a counter pick map format, and all stages are available. So there will be a random first stage selected, and then following that, a counter pick where the losing team is going to select the next stage. Of course, Area Cup and Splat Zones only. There's also no restrictions on weapons or gear. The only restriction on players is that they had to have been invited as the captains, and then the selections of said captains. We will start with best of 3, but then winners, losers, and grand finals will all be best of 5. So Kbot, lots of players coming together to make up this tournament that are very Splat Zones adjacent. Some of them up to over 5,000 XP in Splat Zones, which is no small feat.
Especially in the division across the pond, right? Especially over there. We've said it once, we'll keep saying it, I'm sure, throughout the day. The level of talent that is present in this 8-team double elimination bracket is staggering. And as we dive in, I mean, these are specialists on their given picks. The 2 teams we're going to watch today are one of them full of names that are likely to be familiar. The other specialists of players that don't often get the spotlight, which I am very curious about. But here you see Gao Gao Dragon on your screen now, and the players likely familiar with many on the board here. Momo being their captain, Ray Maru, consistent Splash-O-Matic player, and how can we forget Mauricio, on that. Splatana Stammer has made numerous appearances over here in the Western scene, and of course for plenty good reason.
And very interesting, the makeup of points for these teams. Gaogao Dragon, they have the second seed, second overall captain, but they're 5th in total points with 284. Second in average points, though, with 5.79. For King of Ham, a little bit the opposite story. King of Ham, our other team, taking on Gaogao Dragon. They were actually last in total points with 201. For context, the highest team, Ribbits, has 392 coming into this one, and they are 6th in average points with 5.15. You can see the makeup of their roster there. Toto with that mint decavitator. You have Inaten, a bit of a mini Splatling specialist, effectively playing all variants. Sofu on the aforementioned heavy Splatling that Kbot was referencing, the highest X power in Splat zones of any team member with 4,000. And then Tanaha with the Splatbrella and Sorella Brella. We've seen Kbot a little bit of that on the Western side of things, but it is still certainly not something that we see every day. And you don't on this composition see some of the more common weapons that are played, notably no Snipe Rider, no Gal variants, and no Slosher to be seen.
Yeah, there isn't even a tacticaler weapon on the screen right now, Zach. This is not necessarily what we would consider as a very standard composition, but I think for our first match today, it's going to be one that is real exciting to watch, especially these players we don't often get to see, right? I think a lot of Western players will likely be excited to see that they have the ability to be introduced to Tanaha, this Brella player, and likely going to be able to cause a lot of wreckage on the front lines. But meanwhile, right, you alluded to the fact that this team was lower in points. That's because Toto went out of his way to pick up Tanaha and Sofu, this heavy Splatling, for play here today. So certainly is going to be an interesting one to watch. I expect this composition's going to probably play pretty well and tightly knit, right? No matter what midi Splatling Inaten goes for, the special is going to be strong. You already have access to at least one big bubbler, assuming that Toto is going to stick with the mint decavitator. And then there's going to be more than enough ink output across the stage, so you'll have plenty of ground covered, and that should enable Tanaha to sit down and hold particular areas. I think you might expect this composition to play a little stall heavy in comparison to what you might expect. I expect this one to feel almost like it's an E-leader team with how much I expect them to play for lockouts, play for stalls, with the amount of defensive presence they'll have.
And it's interesting to note and important to note the disparity of total points earned, I think, as well, specifically between around the 3rd to 7th place captains. You get Cat Overdose Lobster, we'll talk about, I'm sure, later today with 255 points. Gaogao Dragons Momo with 180. And then there's only a difference of around 11 points earned between the 3rd and 7th place captains. 131 for Ryukun from Rampage and 120 for King of Ham's Toto. And speaking of King of Ham, they will be facing Gaogao Dragon on Mincemeat Metalworks. Kbot, this is where the random stage play comes into effect. This is certainly not a stage we see on the Western side very often. This one should be super interesting on Splat Zone. Some greats playing around, but certainly not the height that you get on something like Crab Leg Capital, which is more common in the US and on the Western side.
Hey viewers, get used to it. You're gonna see every stage of the game probably at some point while you continue watching not only the event today, but the Global Gauntlets and SWS that's coming later in the year. We're on all stages, zones only. So get used to it. Here you go, and there it is, the full pool together. Every stage is available and able to play, so it's no wonder that some of the times that random poll will be something that is marginally unfamiliar. But I think, by and large, you're probably pretty happy about this if you're Gaogao Dragon. I think there's plenty of opportunities for Momo to get very involved on a Snipe Rider. Raymaru, of course, has gone over to a Crab Tank or Splash-O-Matic, so I expect to see that come out. And we know how strong this stage is for that crowd tank. But here we go, heading right into it.
Winners quarterfinals getting us started off. It's our first round of Area Cup Crown 3 between the second-seeded Gao Dragon and the seventh-seeded King of Ham. Taking a look at the compositions, came out something familiar that's come up in the Western scene recently. That custom blaster is out, but some old favorites and some things that we expected, like that Splash-O-Matic coming through as well.
Yeah, certainly. I think Gao Dragon's playing that standard composition that we're tried and true used to seeing, maybe with the exception of Doricio on this stamper, but even still, this is something that's going to have all the tools at its disposal and be able to be very mobile over top of the greats here. But already it's Toto maybe getting some of the first lap here as King of Ham gets this down pretty far.
Yeah, Toto spotted out there. They're not going to be long for this world here as we still have control held by King of Ham, at least for the moment, finally taken over there by Gao Dragon. The big bubbler not really able to withstand the fire rate from that crab tank, and now starting to see our first look at Gao Dragon on the offensive side. It looks like they're playing quite aggressively. They don't want to just stay just in front of the zone like we see a lot of teams doing. They're taking sort of this truck element. They're basically making sure that if the team has to walk across the grates, King of Ham is going to have a difficult time doing so. Even the Zipcaster committed out here now using the low elevation of the stage, but Kbot, they get spotted out pretty quickly by this mini Splatling.
Doricio going down, but even still, Gao Dragon gonna take the lead and has a decent advantage here. They have plenty of holding tools over top of these grades, as I mentioned. We'll see what King of Ham can start to do as Toto's trying to come in on this bottom side. Bubbler's up, the second one used by this team, but it hasn't given them a lot of ground. Will finally get the pick on a Momo. That'll be huge to shut down the range advantage that Gao Dragon has. And now Toto just trying to stay alive, trying to get a little more damage done. Splashdown goes down, and it looks like it will be a retake here for Gao Dragon.
Yeah, that triple splashdown, something so difficult to swim away from. And also, you have to be very cognizant of where you're placing the big bubblers. If you get it right on top of the zone, those grates are going to minimize the amount of size that the big bubbler actually deploys with. It's based on that top aspect that you can shoot down. An original penalty of 60 here, now down to in the 20s for Gao Dragon as they maintain control of the zone. We love seeing that health bar as well, so we can see just how low they're getting, in particular this blaster. And now we're starting to see this, the counter specials come through that will give King of Ham the zone back. We come back to Toto, who's been one of the main focal points here on this more aggressive weapon, but even without being spotted out, taken down. Gao Dragon not afraid to jump back in, and Kbot, they're using every special basically right on top of the zone, as they're, unlike a lot of Western pushes, they're kind of trading out somewhat frequently. Even with these little penalties, they're basically getting as close to they can to taking as many 1v1s and sometimes 2v1s as they can.
Well, the trading out is certainly going to work for Gao Dragon, right? That's probably what they want to do here with the amount of a lead that they have and the fact that they know they have a slightly stronger range advantage and some of the, specials that are going to be able to stall them out. The double bubbles on the other side for King of Ham just aren't able to engage as effectively. And you see them start to come out as they creep forward and get a little more room and space back for themselves. But it's so hard to make a coordinated plan of attack for King of Ham. We'll see as they hold on to this zone whether or not they're going to be able to find a hold that will take them towards the end of this game and give them back the lead. And certainly the crab tank being popped by Rimaru is a good sign, but it doesn't matter. Wipeout here is going to mean Gao Dragon takes back control, and they are going to set up incredibly strong lockout positions.
First wipeout on the day, and look at how they're splitting themselves. Originally kind of set themselves off 2 and 2, 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Now with the tactical coming out, they are going to have to regroup a little bit, but the triple ink strike, as they have been, are going to be the entry point for King of Ham. That's going to put pressure on the zone. And now look at, even with the somewhat low range that this Zinc mini Splatling has, they're using the high ground to try and get the best aspect of it. We saw the Zipcaster come out as well, and even despite this Splash-O-Matic being right on top of the zone, Rimaru having to come back up top to get this crab tank out, that will allow Gao Dragon to reclaim the zone. And it seems like this dance of kind of an entry special into a holding special, and that's excluding the tactical lure that Gao Dragon is effectively trying to come out with. 20 seconds left to go. Still lots of work to be done here from King of Ham as they look to try and lock things down. Kbot, to your point, the big bubble are not going to help them too much in a situation like this as far as keeping the zone painted unless they play very aggressive.
Not really, and that's why you're seeing just the smallest of areas trying to be taken advantage of by Inaten here on that mini Splatling. The hold's going to start coming through, and one's going to go down. Kiba's in on the blaster. Here's another crab tank popped out of Rimuru on this far left side, but it's swarmed by 2 members of King of Ham. Toto's in the area. The strikes are coming out again to secure the zone down, and King of Ham holds on to the zone there at the very end to take our first game.
And it seems like such a difficult composition to maintain. But King of Ham, like we see a lot of top teams do, they're unabashed to face pressure. They're okay with relenting a little bit for the greater good. I think them playing the long game really helps them out. And you kind of have to with the composition that you see, right? So you have a lot of pressure on the back of Sofu, who is the only long range option, who has to put out a lot of ink in order to keep the zone maintained. The main support that they get is Tanaha trying to entry them in with the triple ink strikes. Otherwise, Toto and Inaten, they're tasked with providing the upfront pressure, staying ahead of the zone wherever possible, where on the opposite side of things, Gao Dragon, Norishia would be relied upon for that. We saw multiple Zipcasters come out trying to use, the side elements of the stage to keep that pressure on and not be as visible as they sometimes are. Reimaru obviously had a ton of pressure, even with a shorter weapon like the Splash-O-Matic. That's part of why it's played so much, is because you have the crab tank, and with a stage like this one, you have a ton of room to gain what little high ground there is, even though it's not too much of an elevation difference. But King of Ham have to give them their props here, coming back from effectively a 30-point or unit deficit on top of a penalty. Great start to game 1 for them.
Yeah, fantastic start. And I think, to your point, right, the composition of King of Ham, as long as they're able to set up that presence and try to thwart off any possible entries from their opponents, they're going to be successful. I mean, of course, that's the name of the game, right? But the keys here, I think, are where are you getting Tanaha? Where are you getting Inaten? Are they going to be able to provide that pressure or threat away from the zone rather than on top of the zone? Because the trays back and forth of the zone itself are what's happening when they're standing on top of it. But if they can get set up and start having those small little things, Inaten playing on the truck with barely any cover from their own big bubble, right? But that's the kind of exploitation you kind of need sometimes. And that was a fantastic play to see that really allows this to get set up for King of Ham. So now I will say Gao Dragon has the opportunity for the counter pick themselves. They get their pick of the litter in terms of what stage they might elect to go to. And I think they're probably looking for something where entry is going to be a little easier, and perhaps somewhere where they can try to utilize more of the range of the Snipe Rider off of Momo. I'll be curious to see what the pick is.
Yeah, and it surprises me how set they are in their roles as we see the second stage pick, the first counter pick of Area Cup Crown 3 come through, and it will be Mahi Mahi Resort. You, of course, have the mechanic where you have to get, I believe, to around 60 for the remaining portion of the stage to come down and reveal itself. So you have to be very cautious when you're playing at first. Not dissimilar in the fact that there are some high ground elements to this stage, but they are either quite far away from where the zone is, and this is not a huge zone. It's a 1-zone stage, but the zone itself is not gigantic. And you either have to play very far away if you have something like Momo, who's going to likely be on the Snipe Rider, or if you're Sofu on that heavy Splatling, or you have to play around the zone. And there's lots of little low boxes and obstacles that you can play around, be very sneaky. But both of these teams feel very set. We did see a custom blaster come out last game, which we didn't have or expected. Inaten and Tanaha, for example, pretty set, listed as being Mini Splatling and Brella players respectively. Toto and Sofu, same with their weapons. And then with Gao Gao Dragon, you have a little bit of overlap where you have Hemazine potentially able to pick up two of the other players' roles in Reimaru's Splash-O-Matic and Momo's Snipe Rider if need be. Norishio, of course, rounding out that composition very well with the Splatana Stamper. They're one of the more known, I would say, Japanese players in the West, and for good reason, hitting that 43.78 peak in Splat zones. But we'll see what comes through, Kbot, as we take a look at game number 2. It's Mahi Mahi Resort. Looking at compositional changes here, that custom blaster still appears to be relevant, and just the change, I believe, over to the Rattler variant of the Mini Splatling.
I like the Rattler variant for Ina 10. I think the presence of what they're missing is an entry special. The Zuka's going to try to provide that, but that doesn't matter. Early here, Gao Gao Dragon, 2 picks immediately. They're going to start rushing forward and having this stronger presence. This stage pick is exactly what I was talking about. They're able to be a little more oppressive with their range, as well as having an easier entry, an easier sight into the actual zone itself. And now you see them just overwhelming. It's near impossible to try to approach for King of Ham. That's a delayed wipeout as they get down to the 50-point mark, and it's still ticking.
And Hemazine putting on so much pressure with this custom blaster finally taken down, and Sofu trying to advance. They see Reimaru, who does not yet have the crab tank online, but is in a very threatening position and gets within range to take them out. It's the tried and true strategy that does allow the flip of the zone for King of Ham. The entry with the triple ink strike does allow them enough momentum, and that is going to be why you bring that Rattler, because as soon as Reimaru brings out the crab tank, you are able to just shred it. The crab tank has gone through so many different nerfs and iterations to where it cannot sustain or tank those shots any longer. We do see for King of Ham, Toto going up and finally going down, but Kbot, that is the entry that they needed to get in.
Well, to that point, right, too, the Zuka is going to counter the real only entry that Gao Gao Dragon has of that crab tank out of Reimaru, right? So whether they're using the Zuka as an entry tool or to deny their opponent's entry, hopefully they will find some success here. But even still, Gao Gao Dragon takes back control. Norishio's got that zip cast at the ready, and we see the triple splashdown gear come out of Hemazine, going to find one with it as the strikes come out as well, and Ina10 going to get taken down. Norishio in the zip cast continues to put in the effort here. The penalty is now gone for Gao Gao Dragon, and I believe the members of King of Ham now have been completely cycled in the process. This one looks like it could be a knockout unless King of Ham acts quickly. And they are not going to be able to, as once again, Gao Gao Dragon swarms right underneath them. And that's the range that I was talking about, Zach.
And again, with the sports analogies, you'll have to apologize. I'm sure it extends to Splatoon as well, but there's a principle called the eye test where you can see results of a game, you can see statistics, and sometimes it does not pass the eye test. Sometimes statistically or analytically, a player just did not look as good as the stats of them are shown. That was not the case this time around. Each of the team fights for Gao Gao Dragon were decidedly more emphatic. We saw wipeouts and delayed wipeouts come through, and they were really making the most of this small space that they were given. Players like Hemazine on that custom blaster doing a great job of advancing. That's, of course, a weapon that's not going to be your number one in playing the objective. You're playing the objective not in the sense that you're painting the zone. You're advancing forward and delaying, in this case, the members of King of Ham from getting back. And even Reimaru, who set up kind of on just an off angle, just stayed on one of those side boxes, was waiting for anyone to come close, able to take down the main range advantage that King of Ham has in Sofu, not allowing them to get up any of their range advantage or anywhere that they might have an effect on the zone without being able to be targeted, without something like Norishio having to burn a zip caster usage. So a very relatively quick game 2 ties it up. As a reminder, the early portion of Area Cup Crown 3 is best of 3. So we are now going to a deciding game 3, Kbot, as we wait for the counter pick from King of Ham.
And they've already selected it. Urchin Underpass. Who is surprised, Zach, to see Urchin Underpass come up for the team composition that's playing the shorter range? No, nobody. No one should be the answer. This will be a stage where it's easier to have Toto try to rush down Momo or Reimaru. That's where they're going to find the most success, is when they're able to take out those longer range threats. And this will be the stage that allows them to do that, with just how open the ramps are leading into the opponent's side of the stage, and how easy it is to kind of set that up for yourself as well. I can very well see a world where if King of Ham gets Inaten and Tanaha into position here, they're going to be able to have more of that control over the ramp. It's going to be more challenging, or those minimal entry specials out of Gao Dragon are going to be forced out early, and there could very easily be a lockout here. It's a matter of who sets up that lockout first, right? Where Gao Dragon might have the opportunity to do that, but King of Ham has set themselves up incredibly well with that game 1 win to take it home on their own counter pick.
Yeah, there's an early theme emerging here of large stages with small singular zones, and not to personify or humanize the stage, but Urchin Underpass has really come into its own in popularity for Splat Zones in particular, as we get set for our deciding game 3 between Gao Dragon and King of Ham. And players, at least in the West, from what we've seen, have opted to set themselves up on kind of a left, right, and center format, as we do see a couple of changes come through. We are going to see Reimaru over to the NZAP 85. So there is your Tacticooler. And on the opposite side of things, going back to the Zinc Mini Splatling. So no more Inkzuka, no more Trizuka for this one, as these two teams jockey for position.
Now, Zach, the entry for Gao Dragon are only locked into these two, I'm going to call them selfish specials. The Splashdown and the Zipcast, only designed for yourself to actually try to find some additional picks. They don't have this formal entry that they might have had with Reimaru on the Splash-O-Matic. Instead, electing for Momo to go over to the Heavy Splatling and play Fire with Fire here on Urchin Underpass. This is exactly what King of Ham would want to see, and probably a world where Gao Dragon could be more uncomfortable, but they're not showing it very well early.
Yeah, possibly a symptom of a low zone, as we see Gao Dragon take over the lead. King of Ham take it right back. In fact, use the triple Ink Strike after claiming the zone this time around. They will lose their mid to Cavitator in Toto early on, and a couple trades coming through will ultimately benefit Gao Dragon as they lock down the zone. We see again Norishio coming through, and they're not playing as far forward as they could, maybe waiting for the wave breaker that's just come out, the counter wave breaker, in fact, right on top for King of Ham, and maybe Kbot, that's why you come through with the mirror match, as we see King of Ham going 3 down and a full wipeout. Gao Dragon picking up where they left off from game 2.
Gao Dragon has done an excellent job in these past 2 games of finding the team fights where they matter most. Himazin and Norishio that time teaming up at the max range of their own, using their specials. Selfish or not, they get the job done for them. And the team fight is won by Gao Dragon. You see King of Ham feels like they're scrambling here. Toto's trying to dive in alone, trying to get an ounce of ink on the zone, but even still, with a 2-down situation, it's challenging for them to move back in. Gao Dragon continues to find the lockout on top of this ramp, and they will secure game 3 and move on to winners semifinals.
We talk about themes as well. For a lot of teams in the West or in the East, it's about putting your slayers and the ones that are going to be kind of your flashy all-stars in the best position to perform. So that's, Momo and Reimaru setting up Himazin and Norishio to move forward and do what they do best, which is keep the pressure on, play well in advance of the zone, and slay out. You can see in this replay, Himazin on the Custom Blaster already in a flow or a state, and it took until around the 11 to 10 unit left mark for, I think it was Sofu, that finally was able to take down Himazin and enter a flow or a state of their own. But by that point, too little too late. It was effectively the trading out of Himazin not having to rely necessarily on their special weapon to keep the momentum on, and Norishio jumping in with the Zipcaster, especially for the high ground. So when King of Ham was coming back, you have to jump down into that sort of ramp area before you get to the zone. That's where Norishio and Himazin were effectively living, while Reimaru threatened constantly with the crab tank, as they had done in previous games. And Momo, who to your point had swapped over to mirror with the heavy splatling, showing that you can keep that pressure on and having the helpfulness of the sprinkler as well to keep this rather small zone painted. So that's an early victory here for Gao Dragon as we take a look at our bracket. 3 out of the 4 games already complete, and all Kbot ending up as 2-1s, with Vacuum World winning over Rampage 2-1. They will be the team, it looks like, to take on Gao Dragon in our winner semifinals, and then Salmon Run Part-Timer defeating Yukai Sokai 2-1. They await the winner of Ribbits and Cat Overdose, which Kbot, with Cat Overdose having a stacked roster including Robsta and Melon, are down 0-1 to Ribbits at this point.
Which, as I imagine we're watching, obviously I'd have to go back and try to see if there are streams or whatever. But to me, Zach, a 2-1 line probably implies that most teams are winning the sets like we just, or nearly like we just watched, right? Trying to find a momentum swing off of their own counter pick. And whether they won game 1 or game 2, certainly capitalizing on their own counter pick is what is securing them something. Of course, Gao Dragon beating King of Ham on their opponent's counter pick on that second one. But even still, right, as you look at the rest of the potential threats here, Ribbits is no team to scoff at, Zach. This is the Shuma Wolbo Nisba Grand Roll team. So if there's any team, of course I say if there's any team, but they're all stacked, right? You say all you want about the combined star power of Melon and Lobster, but even still, like, this is a team that if you're not familiar with, get familiar, because they are consistent in this kind of conversation, for these players and the level and caliber that we're experiencing. Shuma's been around for a few years now, is no longer the new kid on the block, so to speak, but even still, right, has been consistent at this point. So no surprise, I think, to me, to see that any team can take games off of any team entering this tournament.
And to your point about counterpicking being so impactful, the statistics leading up to Area Cup Crown 3, the winner's conversion rate or win rate on counterpicks, 87.8%. So massively important. An overall even win rate on the counterpick, 51%. And being able to convert on the random stage to start out is important too. A 79.6% win rate if you win game 1. So we've seen that. It looks like likely play out. We'll obviously have to get, confirmation that each of the other matches played out that way, where the team that won the random also won game 3 and only lost the counterpick. We didn't have even counterpick statistics on Urchin Underpass, but for Mahi Mahi, tied for the 5th most commonly picked counterpick stage with Hagglefish Market and Undertow Spillway, other stages that we see in the West. There are some market differences, though. Featured in the top 3, Crapola Capital, of course, first, but Flounder Heights and Brinewater Springs, your 2nd and 3rd counterpicked stages. So already some stark differences in the East as far as the preference from where to go, specifically with splat zones. And, it does appear that we'll spectate losers round 1 coming up still within our top 8. We'll look at Yukai Sokai, who's going to play the loser of Cat Overdose and Ribbits. We do, since we already have Yukai Sokai confirmed here, we'll take a look at their roster. Rusu, another player that Western competitive Splatoon aficionados may recognize as a part of this roster with a 3776 peak XP in splat zones. Some interesting picks as well. The Dynamo Roller has really come into its own in the last couple of major updates. That is a pocket pick here for Rusu, as they also have the Snipe Rider 5H in tandem with Rubiton, who's going to be either on that more common Snipe Rider 5H or the increasingly commonly seen E-Leader 4K. You also have this Splat Charger camo thrown in the mix. And Kbot, another very familiar name for us with that mini Splatling in Naigora, a massive 44-31 peak Splat Zones XP.
No matter what Splatling you put Naigora on, he's going to be able to get the job done, right? I mean, this is a player that has been playing this at such a high level for so long. I imagine probably feels more confident on a heavy Splatling. Of course, that's most likely not going to happen with Rubyton on the team as well. So that's why you see the mini pick here for the most part, or likely some version of that across the board. But yeah, right. Like, and this is kind of what I'm talking about with the team potentially needing to flex around a little bit because they have a solid star power roster, but a lot of their roles often overlap. And this time it's Naigora who's trying to fill that void. This team lost to Salmon Run Part-Timer a bit ago in their round one. And so I imagine there's a little more of that. We need to play together. You know, the thing I think that's most funny, right? We just watched Toto. Rusu is on this team. Likely, I didn't actually look at the points, but I'm going to guess that Rusu and Toto tend to play together all of the time, right? So it's no surprise that they are both captains in this tournament and cannot play with each other and have to go with other teams and trying to figure out, fill the void and go from there, right? So interesting, of course, to see those kinds of dynamics in play. As we do get the confirmation, Cat Overdose has picked up their second game over on the Area Cup broadcast. And so they are heading to a third one while we await to see our opponent down here for losers round one.
And so many of the participants, as we take a look at the overall team lineups here, are consecutive players that have appeared in previous Area Cup Crown events. You look at a player like Rusu is making their third consecutive appearance. You can see they got fourth in Area Cup Crown 2 with the team Takoyaki Party, comprised of Rusu, Toro, Okura, and Kontan. Even some other players, like we'll see Hitokuchi Taberu later, Himazine, who we looked at, they've played in all three Area Cup Crowns, Lobster. So many of these players are becoming known and keeping themselves known, not only because of their peak X power and their play in general, but because they are constantly appearing in Area Cup Crown. And as part of that, you are by nature going to play with different players. And so because you are kind of at the mercy, if you will, of the captain's selection for who they want on their team, there are some instances where they'll have to fill that roster out. We'll look, as we look again at Yukai Sokai, still waiting on the ultimate result from Game 3 to see their opponent between Cat Overdose and Ribbits. Yukai Sokai has Rusu, who could play that 96 gal or a splatter shot as well. They have a variety of different weapons at their disposal, and that is contrasted by Hatano, who is only listed as playing the Ink Brush Nouveau. So in your talk, Kbot, about set playstyles and other players having to flex as a result, that's as set as it gets. With the Ink Mine and the Ultra Stamp, you are basically locked to, you're running around, you're trying to get picks with the Ultra Stamp, ideally throwing it at somebody who's likely set up on the high ground, an anchor, or maybe support player somewhere on the high ground that you can take out to get an early advantage. And the Ink Mines, while they will do some painting on the zone, they are a very, in a lot of cases, one-dimensional sub-weapon. There is not a lot of counterplay or tricky things you can do. You set them on the ground and forget about them until they go off and hope that you've placed them in the right spot. So Yukai Sokai, this should be a very interesting team to face. And to your point, with the Cat Overdose versus Ribbits game, we are seeing that same instance where the team that counterpicked does win. And we'll have to see if Ribbits can fulfill the prophecy of taking Game 3 as they make their counterpick going into that one.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens there. But to the point on Yukai Sokai's composition here, I think what we see Hatano try to do on this brush will be telling for how well that charger can get set up. Whether it's a Snipe Rider or a charger, we're going to assume that Rubiton's going to be playing something in the weapon class, right? That ranged pick. And I think that's where Nigoro and the Mini Splatling putting out that ink output, consistently making sure that that floor is painted. And then Rusu is really going to be the wild card here in terms of what does he flex to make this all fit together. It's probably going to be something that's a little stronger. I'm going to guess that having Rubiton play a Snipe Rider will allow Rusu to flex around to even more different things. And potentially, to your point in calling it out, we have in our notes, though it's not on the screen, a Rusu 96 or something of the sort could potentially allow for greater range, greater ability to poke, and depending on the special, can even provide more survivability and chaos alongside that brush. So certainly it's going to be interesting to watch and see what this team has elected to pull out today. I'm going to guess that Rusu doesn't even really know to feel confident in what they are going to be playing today. Maybe the first match proved something to them, but we'll see what will be happening here. And we have a huge update on that winners bracket match. How's that?
So we have indeed fulfilled the counter-picking prophecy, as Ribbits is going to win their counter-picked game 3, taking the match 2-1 and sending down Cat Overdose, the #1 overall seed by placement of their captain, which is Lobster. As we can see their roster coming out now that it is finalized, this means our first look on stream today at not only Lobster, the captain, who has a 4970 XP peak, but also Melon with a 5k plus peak on Splat Zones. And we've seen a bit of this in the West, starting with players like Ice on Milky Way, and even now leaking out to some other teams. But the Forge Splattershot Pro being one of their main weapons. You see the Splash-O-Matic on screen as well. And in our notes, we also have the 52 gal that could join with Kurokuro, who plays a somewhat similar set of weapons, the 96 gal instead of the 52, sharing that Splash-O-Matic with Melon, and then being rounded out by an NZAP 85. So Kbot, this might be the second instance in a row, if that NZAP is not brought, where we see a team in Cat Overdose not bring a Tacticooler against another team in Yukai Sokai that is likely to have one with Rubiton on the Snipe Rider 5H.
I don't know, Zach. I don't know how much stock I put into that. I think a team with Lobster and Melon is probably going to want the Tacticooler in some form or fashion. And I imagine it'll be Kurokuro going over to the Zap to make it accomplished. To that end, right, like I would expect a duo of Lobster and Melon to be able to play around each other very well, no matter what exact or precise weapon that is in their hands. Most likely for Lobster, it's the S-Blast, right? Has been well known for that for some time. Melon has played the 52, is more known for the 52 play across the board. But to your point about potentially seeing a Forge Splattershot or something, that could allow for that extra range and extra poke at a range for 2 players instead of just 1, which could allow Melon to drop back and be more of a supportive role to Lobster. I kind of like, in general, Zach, coming up with, instead of saying, oh, who are my aggros, who are my supports, who are my anchor, I just like, at this point, call them numbers. You have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 is your entry. They're the person that's trying to dive in, trying to capitalize off of those entry specials and take back some ground for their teammates. The 2 is following up and trying to provide some extra support or chip damage to whatever the 1 is trying to do. The 3 has that special that is trying to engage, is likely the one that is initiating, right, into the play overall. And then the 4th is that, glue that holds everything together, where if the 4th goes down, something has gone horribly wrong. And that's the way I'm starting to think about the game now and have for some time. So the order of operations between who is the true entry between Lobster and Melon could flex around a little bit depending on what weapon Melon plays, which might be part of the reason why the Forge Splattershot is here. And I also think, to your allusion earlier, is the reason why a player like Ice has favored that Forge Pro, something that's a little longer range, that allows Ice to play further back. Now, of course, we've seen Ice also go over to Heavy Splatling to combo with the Snipe Rider that we see pulled out there from Q sometimes. But even still, I think depending on the order that they want to play in and who they view as their lead entry could dictate the way that this duo is trying to play the game today. Whether or not that's successful probably comes down to whether or not they can execute in game one, as we kind of saw earlier. So we'll see what they'll be able to pull out here.
This is the Coach Kbot that I love when it returns. You don't get to see it often, but this is like a glimpse into a beautiful mind type of thing. This is just a slight 1% glimpse into the inner workings of the machinations of Kbot minds, which are certainly an enigma. As we and I'll keep forcing sports references as often as I can here. You Zach, talk about numbers.
On, man. It's too early for sports references.
You know what? And it makes, trust me, I'll make it make sense. But you talk about numbers, and as we see the first stage here, Hammerhead Bridge being the random pick that we'll start out on. You know, when you talk about numbers, teams have allocated themselves positionally on the stage in numbered formats. I'll briefly allude to Rainmaker, though we won't see it today. You'll typically have either a 2-1-1 format where you have your two more aggressive players sent forward, the Rainmaker carrier in the middle, and then a player, usually your longer ranged weapon, sort of backing them up behind them. You can't really do that in Splat Zone. So when you have the zone, it's more so about where do you send your players in relation to the zone. So on that Mahi Mahi game, for example, we saw a 2-0-2 split if you're looking at left, middle, right, where two are going to the left to watch that drop down on the left side, two are jumping on the low box and right to get up to the spawn sort of court area of their opponent. It was King of Ham in that instance. Or, you know, you can make it sort of 2-1-1 where somebody is watching the middle. And so for Hammerhead Bridge, which is a very linear, very long stage, we don't see it very often. Even its most comparable, I think, counterpart in Manta Maria, which we do have available to us more commonly in the West, still does not get picked very commonly. And that's because you have such a long trek to come back to the zone. The zone is a little bit larger on a stage like this one in comparison to the last couple that we've seen with Urchin Underpass and Mahi Mahi Resort. So you are going to have to play very carefully. There's a very small amount of grating that you can use if we do, Kbot, to your point, see multiple or one heavy splatling come out. I believe it can hit the zone and keep that range relevant. And also, of course, as we've seen, throw that wave breaker out either at the start as soon as they build it up, or in counter to the opposite team using the wave breaker themselves. You kind of want to even the playing field whenever you can in terms of specials that are used for non-inking reasons. For the wave breaker, that's information gathering. Even though if you get hit by it, does do a little bit of damage. Under half, you still want to get as much location information as you can, because a lot of the players that we're going to see think the Ink Brush DeVoe are going to be very tricky as we get into game one of our losers top 8.
Game one with our number 1 seed on the line and in contention of an early elimination. It's Cat Overdose versus Yukai Sokai, and we see the compositions come out. It's double 96 gal for Cat Overdose.
This is stunning, and I think Kuro one of them here. It's going to work out for them early as they do take it, and not throwing the Ultra Stamp is going to be Hatsuno using it to their advantage as we see them start to push forward here. That's going to be Yukai Sokai immediately taking the zone back, and we have seen the Inkback have kind of a renaissance, Kbot, but it has much more so been for Rainmaker. We have seen sometimes one on Splat Zones, but certainly not the double that has been brought out today from Cat Overdose, who does claim the zone back.
I would expect that this can work out a little more when the team is fighting front to back, which is what this stage effectively forces, right? One long strip where you're forced to just continue fighting into each other head on rather than trying to take some creative plays and angles. But meanwhile, they have a brush on the other side that can just run around wherever they want and isn't necessarily prone to getting lasered down all at once. We'll see if they're going to be able to set up cycles of these two Inkvacs like they might double crabs in the past. But even still here, you see the second Inkvac now come out. Cat Overdose hasn't been able to really move very far forward. They get at least one trade, but with no presence towards the zone and almost time for another vac to come up. All right, here we go with the jump coming in. They're going to try to pull the trigger now and go for it, but here's the Ultra Stamp again out of Hatano. Comes up with one. It's 3 down now for Cat Overdose. There's the wipeout, and I don't think they have time to get back to the zone.
It's beautifully played and beautifully countered as Cat Overdose with not enough speed to get back to the zone. They have no one really to jump to, and that is a counter pick in terms of specials that's made in heaven. We'll see our counter pick for game 2 here coming out of Cat Overdose, but that's Rusu, I believe, on the splatter shot, and Hatano on the ink version of Vote, beautifully using that Ultra Stamp. As soon as the Inkvac comes out, they are effectively a sitting duck. All they can do is hop around and try to absorb the rest of the incoming ink, as the Ultra Stamp, when not thrown, is not able to be absorbed. That grip held tightly by Hatano to help cause that wipeout to cement things for game 1. So beautifully done. Yukai Sokai taking it, and we keep mentioning the high level of players and teams that we're seeing. That's Lobster and Melon effectively being locked out on a stage. You may want to take a picture of that one because it's not something you'll see very often.
I'm still trying to figure out why they were trying to go for this. I think I was perplexed for the first half of that game. The game did not last very long, admittedly, but even still, right? Like, if you happen to know that your opponent is going to play an Ultra Stamp weapon, that feels like it nearly completely defeats the purpose of having those Inkvacs, which is a good call out by Hatano to just consistently use that Ultra Stamp for at least one, if not attempting to get both 96s while they're in Inkvac or beforehand otherwise. But I think one of the other, like I said, they're trying to play this more front to back. They're trying to play a little more calm, but that feels like that almost is antithetical to what we would expect a team with Lobster and Melon to do. We expect them to be able to run around. We expect them to be enabled to find picks on whatever weapons they're choosing to play that day. And it feels like, to me, at least looks like the composition is not enabling them to do that right now. So we'll see whether or not they choose to stick with it. I imagine it's going to be strong on a specific counter pick that they already have planned out ahead of time. But this is a very unique and interesting take on the meta that we'll see where it can shine. But I guess in the composition that their opponents are playing against, feels like it's going to be incredibly challenging to execute because there's a counter baked into what they want to play already.
And it does feel like, Lobster and Melon is this 1-2 gut punch of offensive prowess that if you can lock it down, that is one of the main elements of Cat Overdose immediately taken out. And to your point about their composition, the nature of the composition kind of takes away from what Lobster and Melon have used to get to peak X powers of 4973 and 5006 respectively. They are just aggro sort of Slayer players at heart, it feels like. And so their team being balanced out. Interestingly, Okura on the heavy Splatling, in addition to being a 3200 X power peak on Splat zones, which, don't get me wrong, that is far greater than I could ever achieve. But you have, between these other 7 members combined, between Cat Overdose and Yukai Sokai, a final position no lower than 37th, and you get down to Okura, 1 point earned, 1 appearance, 250th in final position. So it kind of feels like they pulled their anchor player out of nowhere in a sense. And even Kurokuro who rounds out the roster for Cat Overdose, is kind of in this messy middle between Lobster and Melon's role and Okuda's role, where they have a pocket end zap, they have the 96 gal, which we obviously saw come out, and then they have the Splash-O-Matic, which has been, of course, played to great effect. So you're finding where, for those two players, you can put Lobster and Melon. Again, we look at position on the stage when you claim the zone. You want to make sure that your backline is not susceptible while your front line is going and doing its thing. As we take a look at the counter pick coming out from Cat Overdose here shortly, Yukai Sokai will be wanting to keep the pressure on and enable the members that they've allowed to succeed. Rusu and Hatano, we talked about a lot. Naigora, a very common household name as far as Japanese players go in the West, that will likely be on the heavy splatling for any of these larger stages. Could we see them go over to the mini splatling? Clearly, it's done well. Previously, last game, we saw instances of the Zinc Mini and the Rattler come out. But the mini splatling too, you know, if you need something that has the Ultra Stamp to combine with that Ink Brush Nouveau, is an option. And Kbot, the pick is in. It's Barnacle and Dime for game 2.
You and your sports references still.
Still on that.
I think Barnacle and Dime here, as I was saying, once again, kind of sounds like it could be something where you attempt to play a more front to back style, right? Where there's not many wide flank angles. If you're able to control very specific areas of the stage, it'll be challenging for a brush to get in. So I could potentially see something like that working, but even still, you're not really having an answer for an Ultra Stamp, right? If Hatano is alive at all for a long enough period of time to gain that Ultra Stamp, suddenly one of the vacuums you attempt to use is going to be completely canceled out. I've been trying to dig around and ask one of our Area Cup staff correspondents, like, what other context is happening here? Apparently, Lobster did invite Melon and Kurokoro to do the double 96 gal composition specifically, and that they were joking about it, you know, or they seemed like they might have been joking about it online earlier, but it's somewhat shocking to see them pull it out here in this event itself. I think it would be a wild scene to see Cat Overdose go out early. Now, it's no like complete dominance, right, from a roster like this that would be complete, you know, going out in round 1, but certainly losing in the round 1 of the lower bracket is going to be interesting. We see a Kraken Royale come out, and it looks like a more standard composition here, slightly for Cat Overdose, though I used maybe standard very loose as we see the Claws 96 gal come out, Zach.
Yeah, we'll hang on to the principle of a 96 gal. It'll be the tactical variant, which of course is much more sensical, as we see a nice double coming out from the Crab Tank. And here Cat Overdose is looking much more like themselves, of course, comprised of Lobster, the Area Cup Crown 2 winner, the leader on Invincible Fleet Ray Maru, in addition to the highest XP holder in Melon, as we see a pick come out. There's Rusu with that glamorous splatter shot. That's certainly not something we see every day. A wipeout from Cat Overdose, and it seems like they may have found the footing that they need with this composition.
Certainly, and I think anything that's a little more standard is going to be easier for Cat Overdose to play. And you're seeing that come to fruition here, right? The second that you can enable Lobster to get in, when you have Kurokoro able to run around on the brush and beat fire with fire here, they're going to find more success, and now almost success enough to win the game. As you see Lobster once again move forward, is going to take down Rubiton on that Snipe Rider, and they continue holding on to the zone. It looks like we see the drops on the right side here as Yukai Sokai is trying desperately to hold on. They will actually find enough to cap the zone and apply the penalty to extend our game.
And this is such a strange composition. We don't normally see the heavy splatling in tandem with the Snipe Rider. It's usually a one or the other selection as Hatano, living up to their GOAT moniker, getting 2 with the Ultra Stamp, moving forward, gets the 3rd to activate the Flow Aura State, and they are camping the heck out of this drop down where all of Cat Overdose is watching in awe as they respawn. And this has given Yukai Sokai a ton of leverage. You want to talk about allowing your 2 backline players to activate ahead of the zone. An effective triple is a great way to do that.
Everything works together as a team. The backline players enable the front line to go forward, and then the frontliner pulls the backliners into a strong holding position and holding pattern. Here we see they have to make a last-ditch effort for the zone here, but it's not enough out of Cat Overdose, and they are out in round 1 of our double elimination bracket. Cat Overdose, a threat to be contended with, but evidently one that is simple enough, as Yukai Sokai is able to take them out, and that is a testament to the caliber of play we see across the board.
If you weren't awake already, this should have shaken you to your core and fully be awake at this point. Just to read you a couple of achievements from the now out of Area Cup Crown 3 Cat Overdose Lobster. I mentioned they won Area Cup Crown 2, so the reigning leader of the winning team is out. 12 titles out of 23 appearances, a more than 50% success rate, and 18 finals appearances out of 23. This would be just the 6th time they're not in the finals of the instance, let alone out, basically going 0-2 in matches. Yes, it's best of 3, and yes, these are incredibly strong players and teams. We've talked about Rusu and Igora, and we obviously got to see the play of Hatano and Rubiton doing amazing things in that game too. But a 2-0 loss in our losers top 8 sends the #1 overall seed out of the tournament, and full faith and credit to Yukai Sokai. They looked, after they claimed the zone back around, I believe, the 80s mark, they never looked back. A dominant run from Hatano. We talked about the delayed triple there. Rubiton, who, you know, we sort of carded as being this charger player, kind of flips that 180 on its head, goes to the custom blaster, and is allowing and enabling their 2 other players to stay back. And on the Glamours splatter shot, and of course with Nigora as well, you know, able to make this happen to the point where Cat Overdose cannot get back in, does not have a jumping in point, and cannot get specials out in time to only barely contest the zone at 1 unit remaining before Yukai Sokai locked it down. So incredible performance. And soon we'll take a look at the bracket here to show you the result of our losers round 1, as our other match is also complete. Rampage with a 2-0 of their own over King of Ham. So the team that we saw take a game off of Gao Gao Dragon is your other team that will finish tied for 7th alongside Cat Overdose. It will be Salmon Run Part-Timer versus Rampage, as Salmon Run Part-Timer loses to Ribbits 2-0. So of course, the team that's able to take down the likes of Lobster and Melon, no surprise there that they're able to 2-0, and Kbot with now 3 out of 4 matches decided in a 2-0 in our second round of play. We're effectively seeing another full 180 from what we saw in winners round 1.
Yeah, maybe this counterpick theory has very loose limbs to stand on. Although I also think part of that could be some of the stylistic differences, right? I think I think we likely saw it out of Cat Overdose, and I'd have to go back to see the Area Cup broadcast to see what they were playing in their first match. But if it was indeed double 96 for the majority of that, the final map, the one that they are eliminated on, is the one that they attempt to switch back to something that's a little more traditional, and they probably just didn't have enough time in the course of that game to find the gel, to find the synergy, and to find how they wanted to play it. They just kind of threw the pieces together and hoped that the puzzle would come together fully formed, and didn't end up came in a little bit too late. I imagine that could be the case for some of the other teams in a similar position, where they might have found that the strategy they were attempting to employ at the beginning of the day, or what they thought they might have heading in, is not the one that they're going to stick with over the course of the day. So we'll see how the rest of this one carries forward, but we do have our next match we're going to watch. You alluded to it earlier, and it includes this roster of Salmon Run part-timer, captained by Ku, and a very high-level slosher player. If you wanted to see sloshers, this is the player to look out for, and we'll see whether or not it actually looks like favoring another teammate who also plays a slosher weapon. We'll see maybe double bucket here.
I have carded myself as this panicking tri-slosher main, and my heart is very pleased to see a player like Hisatsuru Ko playing all variants of the tri-slosher, including the Nouveau and the Ashen. Peak 3550 on Rainmaker, 3390 XP on Zones, joined with Ko, who you mentioned, a 3882 peak on Zone, and all variants except you don't see the Dreadringer on this page, of course, but I would imagine any slosher under the sun, they likely have some in towards, as we see the slosher, the sloshing machine Neo, which has long since not had its heyday. It was very early on that a sloshing machine variant was prominent in the meta, and that's rounded out by Goyame on sort of your backliner anchor players. We have the E-Leader 4K, and we also have, of course, your Snipe Rider 5H, and that's rounded out by Azu, the highest XP player on the team, with that S-Blast 91. Still waiting to see if that comes out. It's much more so been in favor of the Custom Blaster at this point. That triple splashdown, a threat. Even when you get taken out, you are oftentimes able to trade with that special. And then you have a couple of Splattershot Pros, ironically, Kbot, not the one we briefly spoke about earlier in the Forge. We have the Splattershot Pro and then the Pro Frozen to round out the possible weapon comps for Azu.
I will say, I imagine that's mostly just a, what do you think we need in this? The Splattershot Pro is relatively flexible in terms of the options you have at its disposal, right? Whether you want to play the Crab Tank for a little bit of this, a little bit of that, the Forge to fully enable an aggro player into a Booyah Bomb, or 10 missiles just to be a complete nuisance to your opponent's backliners. And so I can see very flexible. If there's any player to move around, it clearly will be Azu here. We'll see what they elect to play moving into this one. But yeah, I think regardless of what weapons are on the screen, we've obviously seen it today where many weapons that were showed are not necessarily the ones that are getting play today. With the mention of that custom blaster, maybe nobody wanted to reveal they had a custom blaster in their back pocket coming in, but nonetheless, of course, it is here and it's been here to stay so far.
And countering them in our loser's second round will be Rampage, the team captained by the third place finisher Ryukun. Some common weapons under their disposal. We see the heavy Splatling, the heavy edit Splatling, and multiple variants of the mini Splatling that several players have already been regarded as maining so far in just the few matches that we've seen thus far. Riv 10, I believe a late addition. This one was TBD for a while, going to be on the Slosher with a almost 4K max XP in Splat Zones. And then Ribia or Livia coming out. I believe it's actually going to be Kiami as their fourth with the Slosher peak 3700. But Livia also having a couple of sloshers under their belt, both the slosher and potentially the tri-slosher Nouveau if they need a tactical weapon. Could also be seeing things like the 96 gal, which we saw two of earlier, and the Splash-O-Matic, and it's rounded up by Soapy. Could be another Splatana Stamper player. They also have the Mint Decavitator under their belt and the 52 gal, so lots of aggressive weapons that love to be flying around, love to have high mobility. Peak 4362 on Rainmaker, peak 3900 on zones. So this is another very intimidating composition. They're well-rounded from a range perspective. They have multiple options in terms of if they want either Ryukun or Libya to play the tactical role and you flex your other player over to something that is specified for that stage. It's so important when you have literally every stage under the sun as a possibility, not just for counterpicking, but it is a roll of a 26 or 25 sided dice at the beginning to see where you're going to go. You have to be prepared for all scenarios.
Certainly the case, and we do have an update. It is Kiami actually coming in the slosher spot here instead. But I think the this composition, what you're gonna start to notice, I think, if you were to take a step back, or indeed you wake up in the morning and you see the graphic that shows the team compositions and what they played in the tournament with no other context than the place they received. I think the thing you will start to notice is what are all of the pieces of the composition that's going to be strong, right? And I think those pieces largely come down to, do we have a very strong lockout special or two? Do we have at least one entry or engage tool? Do we have something that is slightly longer range to deal with some of those peskier threats? Where's the slider bar in terms of, do we go all in on having that range and having the presence, or do we go all in on mobility to avoid that range? I think there's going to be some of those things that we can start to unpack as we get later on into this tournament in terms of the teams that are in fact successful today. But even still, it's largely going to be about whether these teams can sync up and take their fights together. I think the composition piece is just a slight footnote in the greater picture of what actually is happening here. What actually is happening here is these teams and these players who are so used to playing in pickup squads that they make playing in pickup squads look like they're playing with players they have played with for 5 years. That's the kind of play and caliber that we expect to see in terms of cohesion, taking fights together, never entering a solo fight unless you know with absolute certainty you can be successful, and doing your best in that way, rather than it is the compositional this, that, or the other thing. Though the composition, the way that I like to view it, Zach, for another Coach Kbot point of the day, is the weapon composition dictates what your win condition is, and possibly how easy it is to execute that win condition, but does not outright decide the game as it would a rock, paper, scissors dynamic, right? It says, what is your win condition and how easy will that be to obtain, not will you win the game. Will you win the game comes down to player skill and your cohesion together as a 4 squid unit, not am I playing a sniper rifle or am I playing an E-leader? And does my opponent have things that will easily lock into that? So there's much more to be said as a part of that discourse, I'm sure, but maybe I'll save that for a TED Talk another time.
and to continue that point too, so much of what happens in the game is the split-second decision making that happens when you're in the midst of a team fight. That's why players that have those weapons that require you to be very fast on your feet, require you to have excellent positioning, or it can be very easy for you to get caught out. I'm looking right now at a player like Soppy, who for any of the weapons that they're slated to bring in the facet of the game will be thinking about where to position themselves to maximize how much they can poke down their target without being right on top of them whenever possible, using that range to their advantage and using their special, whatever it may be, to extend that playstyle. For something like a mid-decavitator, you're wanting to either use that bubble to maintain momentum or stay in a position that is going to be advantageous to you, particularly when you're caught out. For for a 52 gal. Oftentimes it's the continuation of momentum where with that added bonus or effect of the special completely refilling your ink tank, a lot of times, the phrase or word overheat a lot of times gets a bad rap, but it can be used to overheat and continue a strong aggressive push. I like to use the expression of being the tip of the spear for your team and pushing forward. Sometimes if you get a pick or two and you're low on ink, it might not always be about the special itself, but what that special provides, which is not only the refilling of your ink tank, but also being able to spot out where the remaining opponents are on the stage so that you can decide, is it worth it or possible for me as a player to track them down and take them out? Or is that something I can call out to my team and say, this is where they're located, and let them either target them or watch for where they're set up to see if they are an immediate threat or something where they're more so just regrouping as a team and trying to get that ideal position. Of course, your goal is to minimize the amount of work that the enemy team can do with building up their specials and having, to your point, Kbot, decided points of entry that are things that the weapon composition provides and that a lot of thought does go into, especially in a tournament format where you have captains that are intentionally picking players that are not, just straight down the list of their points earned in the race to crown, but instead make your team better overall, that are going to give you the best shot on any scenario, any given stage to excel. And so that's why, with some of the teams, it's been very cookie cutter what they could bring, and a lot of it does play to the meta, but there are teams that have done very well today that have weapons that are either, you're set in a certain play style, or they have taken that idea that they're set in one play style and have flipped that on its head to where they can make it work across a variety of teammates with the high amount of pickup culture that the East has compared to the West.
Well, and Zach, to your point about overheating, overheating is bad when one player decides to overheat. But if the team is deciding to overheat together, you might be onto something, as it turns out, right? As long as the team is able to fully support, right, whatever it is that primary aggressive player or that entry player, the one, so I said earlier, might be electing to go for, the better that is going to transition into success for the team. The quote unquote overheating of that chief entry individual is what happens when they get separated from the team, right? They get taken down because there's no one else to support them. There's no one else that's creating a threat to the opponents that they're also, that entry player is trying to take down or trying to go after, right? So, and that's what you're going to be able to see so often, is the either restraint together as a team or full-on aggression together as a team to take certain areas of the stage altogether as they move forward. That's the kind of thing that you'll want to see. And I'm also noticing that by and large, you don't see a lot of the time where these teams are going full force forward. They are largely standing around or maybe just barely in front of the zone, very rarely trying to extend themselves much past that, and always making sure that if one or two of their aggressive players go forward, they always have an out, which here on our next stage will be simple enough to do, as the random generator has landed on one that most teams over here in the West would have picked anyway.
Yeah, much more sensical, logical decision from the RNG gods as we come out with Mako Mark with its uniquely plush-shaped singular zone. Once again, there's nothing quite like it, and I think that is that statement's in a good way enough to where players are drawn to this stage. It kind of has something for everyone. There is a very expansive charger overlook on this stage that is close enough to the zone to have an impact on it, so multiple different variants of long-range weapons can play here as we get in to game number one between Rampage and Salmon Run Part-Timer. Taking a look at the compositions, some similarities to what we've seen previously. In this case, both teams packing a slosher. The tactical weapons of choice, Hisatsuruka, will be on the Tri-Slosher Nouveau. That's countered on the opposite side with the NZAP 85. And we do see an E leader come out, so that will be a stark difference to the heavy splatling that comes out on the side of Rampage.
An E-leader into a double bucket composition. Incredibly interesting here for Salmon Run Part-Timer. We'll see whether or not those buckets are able to get into a strong position, because when you're playing with an E-leader, it's all about attempting to defend that E-leader from everything at all costs. Not successful in being able to get set up here first. And it is Rampage with an early lead on the perhaps more traditional composition.
Yeah, it looks like Sophie is going to be over here on the S-Blast 91, one of the first real instances that we've seen as we see the Inkback explosion shot come out, but it is not going to deter the members of Rampage as they continue to move forward. It's Livia who's going to be on the NZAP 85, helping them keep the momentum forward. Just this one slosher is doing enough for them as Sophie's going to take out Ko, and then an immediate direct at close range against Azu. That's going to be a wipeout, and it's going to be a journey for them to come back. Salmon Run Part-Timer, their only source of resistance, down in a flash. The Booyah Bomb potentially capping this one off, and it is not going to be enough of a resistance as Rampage, an emphatic game 1 victory. I do not believe that they were able to even come back and claim the zone a singular time. So that is as fast a start, especially on a non-counter pick stage, as we've seen.
And a lot of that, Zach, is exactly what I was talking about earlier. I think if we're fortunate enough to get replay codes for this, I want you to go back and watch this exact moment in replay on the overhead perspective, because what you'll find is that the players meet up and pincer from 2 different angles into the drops of where Salmon Run Part-Timer was attempting to come in from. And once they're able to do that, it's very easy to shoot down your opponent from 2 separate angles. They can't simultaneously shoot you 2 directions at once. And so if you're able to approach from those 2 different angles, especially with that approach from Soppy on that right side, it was incredibly easy to knock over the rest of the squad, and exactly what leads into that kind of advantage. It's about attempting to find those plays where you can go forward at the exact right time to catch your opponent by surprise and off guard before they can fully get set up and before they can fully make their engagement happen. That is exactly what was done there in beautiful fashion by Rampage, which nets them the perhaps deciding game 1 victory in our best of 3 format.
There's some irony as well in the fact that the heavy splatling is such a common pick, and yet the wave breaker, it's special. You know, it saw so little utility there in terms of how it had an effect on what Soppy was able to do and was enabled to do by the remaining members of Rampage. You talk about them grouping up and then basically sending their more aggressive players forward. You have Livia as well, who has to be forward in some sense by the nature of them at playing a short range support weapon in that NZAP 85. But you know, you want to use ideally that wave breaker as a way when you're coming back on a defensive standpoint to spot out where the members of the winning team, at that point Rampage, are located. But it does not matter when so much of Soppy's role on that S-Blast 91 is just camping where the drop downs are going to happen. At some point, you're going to have to change that elevation and get down to the level playing field where the zone actually is, all with the exception, of course, of the E-leader. And there's not much you can do there when you're that far backed up and you're having to focus on mainly painting the zone versus trying to get picks. You have to leave that sort of the rest of your team, and that trust in each player fulfilling their individual roles is so tantamount and paramount when you have so little time remaining in terms of the units left on the zone. As we take a look at our counter pick here, Salmon Run Part-Time are going to take us back to Barnacle and Dime. So another instance where Barnacle and Dime has been counterpicked into a even sort of lower topographical stage in comparison to Mako Mart. Mako Mart doesn't have these huge ups and downs necessarily But Kbot, Barnacle, and Dime, even less so. It's basically an open landscape.
Yeah, you know, you would have thought that Mako Mart would have been a great stage for a double bucket composition, one that's been known for all of eternity, it feels, to be particularly catering to the slosher class. Barnacle and Dime here, maybe to some extent, I can see it for the sloshers, but I'm most surprised at it's the E-Leader team that's picking up this one. I feel like there could have been other stages they could have chosen if they were really going into the E-Leader, which I'd like to see them do slightly more of, an attempt to get Goyame set up. It looks like they are electing to go here, and they will attempt to do the same on this stage itself. Of course, that E-Leader is going to have more than enough range to find and harass perhaps the other stack on the opposite side of the zone. But we'll see whether or not Goyame is going to be able to get set up and escorted in by the remainder of this team, which it looks like they might have some success in doing here early, especially with the attack towards this stack approaching from multiple angles, exactly as I was saying earlier. They haven't been able to find anyone. The elusive members here, Nazu's going to get taken down 3 down. It seems like it was just a complete parry of a potential engagement here, and Rampage takes control.
Sometimes everything goes right and you're positioned perfectly and you just cannot find the shots that you need when you actually get in to the 1v1s and the firefights. And that can happen. Rampage picking up where they left off for Salmon Run Part-Timer. They need to get back into it. It's already a better result than game 1 by the nature of them taking the zone at all. And using multiple specials does not result in them taking it back. So Rampage will survive the triple ink strike and the shot from the ink back in getting the zone and not getting any penalty points under their belt. Soapy, I'm noticing on this game, doing a lot of spot checking with the burst bombs here, not only using it for momentum as they go down there, but also trying to find where the members of Salmon Run Part-Timer are. And when they go down, the steamroll starts to occur for Salmon Run Part-Timer as finally, through the use of the Wave Breaker, Tacticaler, and Inkvac, they will reclaim the zone, at least temporarily.
Oh, but they're trying to dive really far forward here. Azu, once again, is going to be able to team up with Ko and take care of business. There is a wipeout, even if it was just for a moment, and that's going to enable a very dangerous position here. Goyame now taking control of more parts of the stage, and we have another round of specials on top of it. They didn't even use specials in the last engagement much at all, meaning that they have all of them here to fend this off, and now it's going to be an even larger lead for this team. They're going to try to continue getting closer to it, but a beautiful shot from Goyame, looking for 1 or 2 more, and that'll certainly secure the lead, if not the game.
Yeah, this is the danger of letting a player like Goyame get into an ideal position just ahead of the zone, but just outside of the range as Rampage loses the lead there. They're coming back in with the triple ink strike and the Booyah Bomb combined, but this time it's Salmon Run Part-Timer holding down the zone. The Wave Breaker comes out, but it's going to be another pick from Goyame. Azu advancing forward with the ink back once again. It'll be just them losing the zone temporarily. They did get that huge penalty of 63 given over to them, and still a couple of members of Rampage sharking around, but for all intents and purposes, Salmon Run Part-Timer surviving this one. They buy themselves another team fight. Now, finally, Rampage able to come through, but Kbot, for so long, it was Salmon Run Part-Timer advancing forward and maintaining that ever-forward presence. Now it's Rampage trying to do the same thing, but with Azu on this ink back, there's always going to be this element of ink output that Rampage will not be able to control where it goes.
Salmon Run Part-Timer has been doing an incredible job of this special coordination. You see all 4 are nearly cycled through in that moment, and now trying to step forward and get the job done, though take it out from behind here as we now see continued fights on top of the zone. To your point earlier, Zach, if Goyame is not set up or is not well protected and has to drop back, that'll be the crumbling of the foundation for anything. It is such a divisive and unstable composition that really does come down to that kind of strategy. Can you protect the E-Leader? Does the E-Leader feel like it needs to back away, or can it be successful in its current location? And now we're starting to see whether or not Salmon Run Part-Timer can take back control. They don't have a lot of entry specials at the moment, although strikes are going to come out here in a moment. No one's swimming forward in them, though. It will be Ko starting to move forward, and they're taking the fight to the right side. Now actually going to be able to find 2. It's a 1-for-2 trade as they continue fighting on this tug of war for the zone.
Yeah, Cole winning these Slosher duels is especially important because the Slosher that stays alive is going to have the triple ink strike sooner. As we see multiple members of Rampage going down, that is a huge tool in getting the zone back. Azu using their primary tool in that ink back to stay alive despite being marked, not finding anybody with the explosion. But we're in a phase where we're just trading these zones back and forth and giving 20 to 30 penalty points over to the opposite team, which will continue to benefit Salmon Run part-timers. They contain the lead. Nice direct there up close by Soapy, but it's likely going to have to be an overtime push for Rampage, who is able to get 3 down, and this is the start that they're looking for. Livia gets down the Tacticooler as well, as we see the S-Blast with their special online. Still about 15 penalty points to chew through, but they are going to lose that S-Blast, so the special will not come out. Here's Azu absorbing that Splat Bomb with the special, gets the explosion from the ink back out in tandem with the triple ink strike. They will lose control temporarily, and the combination of specials is going to come through for a Salmon Run part-timer team that overall had the better, longer push. In Kbot, we entered a state where the teams were just trading the zone back and forth and back and forth. Neither team able to hold on to it for much longer after about the 2.5 minute mark. And ultimately, that allows Salmon Run part-timer to give themselves a game 3.
That consistent trading of the zone will always benefit the team in the lead. And I wonder if that was an intentional choice by Salmon Run part-timer, saying, you know what, we don't need to get Goyame into an incredibly strong position. We don't need to go for a knockout here completely. All we need is to continue finding these trades. And I think they had confidence in their specials to be able to secure the zone when it needed to be. As you see there at the very end, right, with the combination of the vac and the strikes coming on top of the zone, and just a couple more drips, and it's enough to make it so that your opponent no longer is holding on. I think those are the kinds of key heads-up decisions that they're making together as a team. But I don't actually know whether or not it's intentional, right? Whether they're saying, no, you know what, we can make more trades happen. We can take a step back. I imagine that's part of the calculus, but nonetheless, right? It's interesting to watch that actually come to fruition. And it's just very solid game state awareness across the board. And Rampage, with that, you know, less high risk, high reward scenario, Salmon Run part-timer is able to stay back further. Goyame doesn't actually need to get into position, can continue having value despite not being in the most forward positions. And Rampage is struggling, attempting to find where that's going to come through. But shocking development, Zach, they're taking the E-Leader team to Urchin Underpass.
As soon as I say we're starting to see a theme again, I think that theme might go away, but this is alongside Barnacle and Dime, another duplicated counterpicked stage here, as Urchin Underpass has been seen on stream already today as a counterpick option. And to your point, Goyame, you know, will have a time of it if they do go with the E-Leader setting up somewhere. You do have this zone that's kind of protected and pocketed, at least from the front, by these low walls, and by nature of it being lower in elevation, may opt to set up in the alleyways that a lot of the sort of more ranged or momentum players like to play on, the players that are either going to set up somewhere and run around with, or are going to try and live in that area. It's actually going to be the custom E-Leader that we see come out. So the beacons, we see a lot of this with the Dapple dualies being chosen in part because the beacons allow them to get back into a large stage a lot quicker. In this case, it's going to manifest slightly differently. We're also seeing a dueling Tri-Slosher Nouveau come out in tandem with the dueling Slosher as multiple players go down en route to Salmon Run part-timer, continuing that momentum from game 2.
Welcome to Urchin Underpass, where suddenly everyone is at each other's throats all of the time. That's exactly the name of the game here. But I think the most interesting part about Goyame's pick on the custom E-Leader is this Kraken Royale. It's going to enable Goyame to be able to find escape routes easier than they would have otherwise. And I think that's one of the key differences here, where on this particular stage where that E-Leader is going to consistently get a threat, it's going to enable more escape routes while also not giving away this team composition's strength, which is Goyame holding true to that E-Leader.
Also going to be picking up that tacticooler as they place it well back. We oftentimes see the tacticooler placed a little bit further forward, kind of at the apex of that ramp, as we see once again that Kraken Royale come out. No targets to be found, maybe more so used for survivability, as they will end up getting Livia. So that is going to put a delay on the tacticooler user for Rampage as they get down to 12, a massive penalty of 67 forced on them. And if this is anything like game 2, Salmon Run Part-Timer is looking to hold on to the zone for much, much longer. They saw how it played in their favor to trade the zone back and forth and back and forth. And granted, Urchin Underpass, there's a lot longer of a way to get back to the zone here. And Salmon Run Part-Timer with Goyame on that custom healer having the advantage of beacons. But another tacticooler already built up, this time on the zone. And Kbot, to your point, Salmon Run Part-Timer not letting off the gas.
I wanted to call out, that was a huge pick from Azu, that 2-shot that opens up an opportunity to start slowly taking this ramp. But even still, it's not almost enough. It's trades back and forth. Here's the flow aura now as we see them continue trading in the middle. Booyah Bomb now getting thrown towards the top of the zone. And it looks like Soapy might be able to hold on to this one for Rampage. They do barely cap as Soapy's trying to run away from Goyame's Kraken Royale, but now is in beautiful position to punish that play, looking to get one, might be looking for a second here. No teammates to be seen, as it looks like the fight on the zone itself was actually lost, and now it's Salmon Run Part-Timer potentially having the opportunity to get set up once more.
Soapy doesn't get to that position without the help of their teammates, and very nicely done by Rampage to hold it down. Ty, of course, going to the team that claimed that score first. So it is going to be Rampage who got it first, as Azu so aggressive with these inkbacks, unabashed even when they get splatted in going down. And Kiamyi not able to survive the onslaught of Hisatsurubo as they survive. Not often an area where you would see a trying to bow something that low in range unless they were dueling someone directly. Soapy kind of fishing out for anyone that might be coming through from Salmon Run Part-Timer. And by the nature of them losing that trying to bow, again, not able to hold as aggressive a line as Salmon Run Part-Timer did when they were getting their progress down to 13, as the Kraken Royale comes out. Will take some time to destroy the Wave Breaker as two other specials come out, the ink back shot and the triple ink strike. But again, Kbot, it's not enough, and Rampage will survive the onslaught and maintain the zone.
It feels like this game is just continuing to balance on a knife's edge, and the only thing that's keeping it there are consistent trades once more. Both these teams are punishing their opponents over steppings and continuing to be that presence on top of the zone, just enough to take it back, though not enough to completely wipe out their opponents. The Kraken Royale comes out once more from Goyame, starts to lunge forward, but two members have already gone down. Goyame is forced to retreat and now stuck between a rock and a hard place, forced to jump on away. It's Rampage once again with control, and Salmon Run Part-Timer is going to have to find another engagement to take control and hold on for dear life.
Azu once again with this aggressive impact, trying to make sure their team has an entry point. So often they've been playing on top of the zone to make sure they have the best shot, but it's again Salmon Run Part-Timer losing their members. A 3-down situation, really just they're trying to bow online with the tacticooler, and they're going to need it if they claim this zone at all. It's going to be them. Livia getting the flow aura state. Was it enough to hold it down? And it's going to be a wipeout to cap things off for Rampage as they come roaring back, and they will take game 3 in a knockout here on Urchin Underpass. And a story of 3 games here, Kbot, kind of an instance where we didn't see the same play out game by game by game. It felt like each individual game was its own microcosm, where as opposed to game 2, where it was just these minute instances of changing of the zones 20 to 30 penalty points at a time, it was a long push into another long push, and then both teams kind of realized they didn't want to play so far ahead of the zone, nor were they able to really get so, as each team's defense was rather strong. It was playing as close to the zone as you could and making sure that the impact players for the other team were gone in a flash.
And on Urchin Underpass, right, in game 3, you see just the reason why, we talk so much about it being a shorter range favored counter pick stage. But the reason for that is exactly what we saw. You can just swim around your opponent. There's wide open sight lines. The range does not lock you down at all. And so if you have even an ounce of mobility left and some extra ink on the ground, you can swim around the E-liter. And how many times do we see Sophie continue to constantly stay in motion, dodging shots from Goyame's E-liter, right? Plenty of times did that happen. And that's one of the reasons why you didn't see that strong of a hold from Salmon Run Part-Timer. You didn't see a possibility for them to truly get set up. They did maybe once, but even still, Goyame never had a position to truly hold on to on the opponent's side of the stage. They never got the actual lockout that they were looking for. And in the back and forth firefights, Rampage is able to come up and continually overwhelm their opponent to net the victory on their own counterpick stage.
And you look, as we take a look at the bracket here, we see the 2-1 victory from Rampage that we just witnessed. They will move on to our losers semifinals. They are currently awaiting their opponent as Yukai Sokai, who we saw take down Cat Overdose in a very surprising 2-0 sweep. They're currently tied at 1 with a team that we have not gotten to see yet, Vacuum World, who was defeated by Gao Gao Dragon in the winner's semifinals. So we will get to take a look at who will be our loser semifinals matchup. In the winner's finals, though, which is taking place right now, that one I believe to be best of 5. So Gao Gao Dragon currently up 2-0 over Ribbits. Again, Ribbits was the team that originally sent Cat Overdose down to the loser side of the stage and then swept through Salmon Run Part-Timer, who has now faced 2 consecutive match losses to depart from the Area Cup Crown 3. So should be very interesting in looking while we wait for our second loser semifinals team. You compare 2 players like Hisatsu Ruko versus Livia, who was on the Tri Nouveau as well. And it felt like Livia was playing it much more like a support weapon that wants to stay alive, that wants to, whose main role is to just get as much ink down on this gigantic stage as they possibly can and only really activate themselves offensively when they're in those situations where they're right next to the zone, in the zone, playing slightly behind the zone so that they can maintain momentum, versus a player like Hisatsu Ruko, who plays all variants of Tri-Slosher, and it shows. They were playing a much more aggressive, much more in favor of trading out with their opponents, a la a vanilla Tri-Slosher or a Tri-Slosher Ashen that we would see compared to a more tried and true bread and butter support player. So we'll take a look at Vacuum World here, as it does look like they may be the team to move on from our losers round 2 to play Rampage. We'll get that confirmation in a moment, but we have Hitoguchi as our captain for Vacuum World, joined by a couple of players that should also be quite well known in the West in Samurai Kasato and Chiaki, joined by Utan as well with a 4059 XP peak in Splat Zones. And take a look at these weapons here, Kbot. Some things that we've seen already today, the 96 Gal being among them. We just saw the S-Blast for one of the first times in that last match, but also some interesting weapons possible, like Utan on the recycled Brella and Samurai Kasato on the Dapple Dualies, which if it was going to come out, it would have potentially been on Urchin Underpass, which we've seen multiple times today.
Yeah, I think the Dapple Dualies there are only for Urchin Underpass or perhaps other shorter range favored stages, but let's not disillusion ourselves into thinking that Kasato is going to favor anything other than an E-liter, right? And I imagine that's what this team is going to be anchored around and brought to. And so I have to imagine that is most likely the scenario for what will be played here. And we'll see what ends up coming through. I think the by and large, right, if you're looking at this team, probably going to play much the same way that most of the other E-liter teams here today have been playing. But I think the more noteworthy thing, the more that I think about this is, and I don't know if this is true because it is generally viewed as an easier weapon to have more, I don't know, star power on, right? Or like you feel the E-liter more than you feel the Snipe Rider. But it feels like we're seeing more E-leaders and heavy splatlings and less snipe riders by the day as the meta continues to evolve on the Japanese side of competitive Splatoon, with numerous players going over to heavies. And mostly, I mean, we've seen 2 snipe riders today so far, Zach? Maybe 3? I feel like it's been a rather low number, certainly in comparison to anything we have seen on the Western side and most of what we've seen for the past 2 years of the game. Certainly. So I think it's interesting to watch these teams kind of diverge in the way that they're playing. And that's one of the reasons why I often find attempting to put teams into, are you playing the longer range composition in this matchup or the shorter range composition, actually helps dictate and set the stage for a lot of what you will watch in very broad strokes.
Well, Kbot, the irony is that Vacuum World is not the team that will be moving on. We were tied at 1, hypothesizing and speculating and taking a look to it. Vacuum World is the team that we had not seen in comparison to Yukai Sokai, who we'd taken a look at in their victory over Cat Overdose. But Yukai Sokai will be the team that carries on into the losers semis. So this will be our last instance of best of 3. After that, losers and grands will be best of 5, as was the now concluded winners finals, which Gao Gao Dragon did complete their 3-0 sweep over Ribbits, which means Ribbits will be the team in losers finals that will take on the winner of our next match here on stream, Yukai Sokai versus Rampage. And to remind you of Yukai Sokai's roster, they had Rusu as their captain, another very well-known player alongside Naigora, who you highlighted, Kbot, could be on a variety of splatling weapons. The mini is featured there, but also the heavy, which has seen a number of plays today. Rubiton was not on any charger weapon. They were primarily on the custom blaster, which is what we saw in those first couple of matches before the S-Blast, and then rounds it out by Hatano, who had just a highlight reels match against Cat Overdose, getting a delayed triple, a double with 1 throw of the Ultra Stamp, making a lot of plays with that Ink Brush Nouveau that allowed the rest of their team to continue. This is kind of the premier example of building, as far as Rusu goes being the captain, a team composition that may look somewhat strange at the face of it, and they're flexing around a little bit in terms of what weapons they bring, but it is undoubtedly a formula for success and one that they will have to replicate against a Rampage team who we saw do some very strong work in that last match.
Yeah, and I think to that point, right, Yukai Sokai is playing what I consider to be more of a funnel competition, right? All of those resources. And the reason why a Snipe Rider plus heavy splatling combination works is because they're all being funneled towards Hatano to enable that brush and Ultra Stamp when able to do the damage to get the job done. Now, I think it was a lot easier in the compositional matchup versus Cat Overdose, especially on those double 96 scales. And this compositional matchup might be marginally more challenging given that the Sloshers can play at that close range as well and might have more potential to be more mobile, have their heads on a swivel, and potentially catch more of the verticality differences. And so really dependent on the stage and dependent on how the players are positioning will dictate whether or not Hatano is going to be able to have as much success against a double slosher composition that we'll see out of Rampage.
Got lots of discrepancies here. I mean, Rampage, Kiamyi was having a slosher v slosher mirror in that last match. You have the potential to not see that. So how do they perform as the solo vanilla slosher in the lobby? Olivia mainly played on short range tactical weapons, the NZAP and the Tri Slosher Nouveau. How does that play into a composition that you highlighted potentially has both a Snipe Rider 5H and a heavy splatling at their disposal? And then, of course, for Sophie, who was not so much on the Stamper, was instead on the S-Blast 91, how does that counteract with Rubiton if they end up going with the custom blaster again? So you have this very interesting suite of potential matchups where previously we've seen some mirror matches and a couple of stylistic differences between the teams. Now it's potentially full. It's a 4v4 of stylistic differences. And I think in a lot of ways, that's where Splatoon is at its best, with the number of weapons that it has in the game and that you can go to. The mirror matches are so interesting in seeing how two different play styles of the same weapon can emerge. But when you have 8 potentially completely different weapons on the field at the same time, the interplay, and to your point, Kbot, how you're setting your team compositions up individually, that clashing of play styles when it's splat zones only the entire way through, is fascinating to me. And of course, you have that wrench in the cog machine of your first map pick being completely random out of all available selections. So as the players start to pile into the lobby, we await that first selection, because it could quite literally be anything.
I think one of the other notable things, Zach, is over the course of the day today, and I think this is largely true for when I watch most other area cups, we're not seeing a lot of compositional changes or shifts based off of the exact stage that's selected. I think the only exception, perhaps, has been Urchin Underpass, right? Other than that, when the long-range players need to move around to something else that is less long-range because they know they're just going to get run into. Otherwise, it feels like, by and large, if it's any one of the other 24 stages in the game, it seems as though we're just sticking with the same things we know. And I think there's pros and cons to that, right? On one hand, you know what your weapons and what your composition needs to do to get the job done. On the opposite side of that, you may find yourself walking into a disadvantage, especially if you're running something like a double slosher or like an e-leader, where some of the shorter range favored stages are impactful in minimizing what I talked about earlier, your win condition, right? The win condition for an e-leader composition is to have those long sight lines that lead towards your opponent's side of the stage and go for some of those early picks with very strong protective setups around that e-leader, such that the e-leader can never be threatened or touched, right? Those kinds of things will sometimes vary dependent upon the stage. But the players here today, to me, feels like they're mostly saying, no, we'll take the marginal difference in our win condition not being as effective, because we know we are more effective on this particular composition.
Yeah, to that point, in the West as well, where, all modes generally except for Turf War are played, and Turf War in some instances too, but the changes to what players bring into the game are primarily driven by the mode and secondarily driven by what they're comfortable playing, as well as the stage that they're playing on. And speaking of stages, as we await our random pick here, on stream at least, there has not been a 2-zone stage so far, and that will continue as we go to Museum de Alfonsino first. And casters sometimes note that teams in the West intentionally shy away a lot of times from museum zones, although we do see it occasionally, and more so play it for Rainmaker and Clam Blitz, because although it is a 1-zone stage, you do have that spinner in the middle that kind of complicates things a little bit. It puts this low ceiling, even though it's just little cardinal direction points on sort of this elevated ground that throw a wrench into what you're able to hit. For example, if you are a snipe rider or a heavy player that's playing from this, again, similar to Mako Mart, somewhat expansive charger overlook area. But in comparison to Mako Mart, you are, if the team that has control of the zone, you're able to use that spinner to get onto the high ground of your opponent, and that's where a lot of the havoc can be wrought. If you're looking similar to Urchin Underpass at how to maintain your momentum, your goal is to get over to where that enemy team's charger overlook would be and keep the pressure on there. Now, there's ways that the defending team can get out. There's that sort of elbow 90-degree turn on the right, and there's that long alley on the left, but neither of them are directly to the zone. So if you get locked out, Kbot, it can be an absolute nightmare.
And this is where I really think, as we talk about the compositions that we're going to watch, Hatano might struggle here. Sure, the brush can dance around the middle of the stage and dance around the zone and the spinner itself and perhaps find some interesting avenues for cover. But by and large, unless that Ultra Stamp is out, these sloshers have more verticality to work with, have slightly larger protection. Although, as I say that, Hatano feels like they just pop out of nowhere and find a trade here early, which could potentially open things up for Yukai Soka.
I'm learning quickly that that is just Hatano's MO. And I also want to call out, it is not Livia this time on that support class weapon. Livia is the one on the Forged Splattershot Pro, and it's Kiamyi who's gone over from the Vanilla Slosher to the Trine of O. Now, Yukai Soka is the team locking it down as Hatano. You can see them painting the same path every time. Gets the pick, waits for the jump in to come through. Cannot barely grab the second there at the end. Had a third low. Soapy on the opposite side of things for Rampage, helping to lock things down. But this entire time, Yukai Sokai has held onto the zone, finally stopped, at least temporarily, at 33. And Soapy continuing to use these burst bombs aggressively. And that will finally allow Rampage to claim the zone for the first time.
That double from Hatano almost looks like it's going to work as a play, but no one else from Yukai Sokai was able to follow it up in time, and that gives just enough opportunity for Rampage to turn things right around on its head. Now they're going to start to move forward themselves, but they run into Naigora, the consistent heavy splatling player on the back lines for Yukai Sokai. We'll see whether or not he will be able to start leading his team to success, although continues to get threatened by these members of Rampage trying to dance around on the side, and is able to find a trade, which for a heavy splatling player in that position feels like it's a miracle.
Yeah, that's the sticking point for many players when they're deciding whether or not to play Splatling, is that do you have to use your whole charge or not? And sometimes the best Splatling players are able to use minimal charge in order to get the picks they're looking for. I thought Soapy might have had that combo. They'll get the combo onto the using Trizuka there. Beautiful shot that allows them to build up the Booyah Bomb. Looks for the second shot there. Get some cover as well. And they will get another pick onto Naigora, who was backed off into a corner. So that's the lead for Rampage. That carries them through. If they lose the zone, it'll be a hefty penalty, but they take out one of the main offensive threats against them in Hatano. Yukai Sokai tries to counter and will successfully counter that by giving a penalty very temporarily over to Rampage. But that, I think, temporary is the key word here, because Yukai Sokai needs to turn that temporary back into the solidity and the permanence that they had at the beginning of this game. And that start with the double on the Snipe Rider is certainly going to help as they secure a wipeout.
Rubiton putting in the work on this Snipe Rider here, and now the Tacticooler, as they leap across to their opponent's side, is now down, and that's going to enable here Rusu and Hatano potentially to get into some devastating positions. And look at this, Hatano lurking with the Ultra Stamp now, just has the ability to dive in, actually elects just to throw it and continue to keep Rampage at bay. Meanwhile, though, it's Soapy that's worked around, flanked on the right side, is now making a play towards the zone, and attention has to be drawn towards this blaster, otherwise the zone might be taken, but that's just enough for the rest of Rampage to start coming into the zone. Doesn't matter, they get collapsed on by Yukai Sokai, and it'll be the lead, certainly, if not the game.
Great job there, and then the advance forward for Yukai Sokai into the single digits. Rubiton locking down the high ground. Nobody, including Soapy, able to get back from Rampage, and that will secure a somewhat back and forth game on Museum de Alfonsino in favor of Yukai Sokai in the form of a knockout. And Kbot, the devil is in the details. The changes from previous matches that we've seen both of these teams in were the story this time around. Soapy not being one of those, staying on that S-Blast 91. Same with Hatano, doing a great job in the replay here of getting some important picks in the early portion for Yukai Sokai that allowed them to get the early lead that Rampage would then go on and take, in part thanks to Soapy's great blaster play here, And I would always see them. You had a point earlier, Kbot, about a player cannot look both forward and backward at the same time. But sometimes it feels like Soapy is almost doing that, because they would hit a shot and then they would turn almost 180 degrees to throw a burst bomb on the zone, or throw a burst bomb to try and get chip damage on somebody looking from the charger overlook. It's this fascinating interplay. And that's not even to speak about Rubiton, who was just featured helping Yukai Sokai get the knockout, completely swapping over from the custom blaster that we previously saw them on to their more heavily build Snipe Rider 5H, and that was a major factor in securing them that game 1 victory.
I think to your point about watching Soapy especially play on this blaster, that's the kind of awareness and heads-up play in constant and consistent presence. That's what makes us in the West call Japanese players quote-unquote fast. But Soapy wasn't actually moving much faster than Western players. So what's the difference? It's all of those small little minute plays. It's that one burst bomb that gets thrown onto the zone that has a bigger presence on the stage. It's another burst bomb gets thrown over there. It's the slight reposition around the spinner so that you can't fully expect which direction they're coming from. It's all of those small little decisions that make Soapy such a large threat, especially infiltrating on the flank angle to turn the game around. That was the kind of thing that forces the members to turn around and look. Meanwhile, when you start to get Rusu and Hatato on the other side into a position where they can be more aggressive, finally, as they made that leap across the spinner, they're now in positions where they have to be contested. They have resources must be dedicated their way. Otherwise, they're just going to continue wreaking havoc. And if you don't respond, the presence of mind of those other players and the awareness they have for the overall game state towards those single burst bombs, the painting the zone, the slight mispositioning can cause catastrophic consequences if you're not careful. And that's so much of the reason and so much of the success that they have. So now we get in here. Rampage has the opportunity for a counter pick stage. Once again, it'll be interesting to see the direction they elect to go with this one, given that they're playing this double slosher for the most part. Can see a lot of potential things working here, but they'll also have to contend with the fact that they want to try to minimize potential sources of Hatato continuing to run around on a brush, or Naigora really getting set up in a big way.
Well, our counter pick has come in, and Kbot, would you believe it if I told you we're going back to Urchin Underpass for the 3rd or 4th time just on stream, not including any of the other games that we were not able to witness. And it felt like Rampage's strategy and the player for Yukai Sokai that was most under siege in that game 1 was Naigora. Naigora just had a bear of a time setting up around that pillar, which is where they seemed to live. It seems like Rampage wanted to cut off the main ink output for Yukai Sokai at its source. And for a while it worked. Naigora was having to kind of shark around, trade out, not have an impact on the zone. We're going to another 1-zone stage, surprise, surprise. But Rampage is going to have to extend that philosophy outside of Naigora. They have Rubiton to contend with, maybe setting up in that alleyway to see if they can get some picks, because these players do like to sort of come down on those left and right hand side ramps and play adjacent to the zone. Again, not a very large zone. And Hatato will continue to be a problem. They have great mobility and their ultra stamps have been fantastic. So you have to cut that player off wherever possible, whether that means you trade them out with somebody that's going to be back very quickly, or have a beacon weapon that's going to allow you to get back to that position, because it's possible we could see Rubiton go over to something like the custom E leader. We'll get in to game number 2 as Rampage looks to even the series, and we do see the Claws 96 gal come out on the opposite side of things. Naigora, it seems like, will mirror the heavy splatling, so it'll be a heavy for both sides. The Trinovo is back once again to counter the claws, and it's that Forge Splattershot Pro for Livia.
I want to watch how the double Booyah Bombs here really start enabling things for Rampage. If they can get those Booyah Bombs set up in big ways, there can be multiple collapsing plays that are set up around those specials. I'd like to see that start to get used here, as you see already some trades and firefights happen. I have a feeling this is going to be the exact same way we've seen most urgent underpass games go here, Zach, where it's consistent and constant trades on top of the zone, working back and forth as there are no small amounts of angles to cut your opponents off from. They can get in just as easily from many, many angles on this stage.
The question is, who's going to contest Hatano? So far, it's Sophie. We see one go down there. I believe that was Rusu trying to use that Trizuka. And now Kiami, who again is on the Trinovo, trying to lock it down as Yukai Sokai is able to get another pick. Even when Hatana goes down, they are never truly out as that Ultra Stamp comes through in a big way. Livia, their ink output somewhat slower, but still important from a range perspective. But you have to have someone with you on the side of Rampage joining you in that. I'm not sure that a Forge Splattershot Pro gets you that zone back by themselves, even if it's just one member of Yukai Sokai helping to try and combat the zone. And that's part of why they've chewed through the little penalty that they were given with another Trizuka online and are continuing to pressure Rampage all the way back.
Here we go now with that Trizuka. There's one Booyah Bomb coming out. The second one is still at their disposal. Sophie's taking care of business on one side, and we might see the collapse from Rampage on the opposite as now Rusu gets taken down. The Tacticooler is down, and Sophie's actually able to hold on to this Booyah Bomb, potentially thinking about making a play towards the ramp as the team's going to start running forward, or actually just saving it perhaps for himself as trying to shut down this angle on this far right side. They have to be careful, and now makes his presence known, waiting for the rest of the team. They have to try to respect this play on the right side, and it will mean that the blaster is taken down and they start making a run for the zone. Now we see the Claws 96 Scout come in towards the zone. Booyah Bomb still at the ready here, but it's 3 members down from Rampage, and Yukai Sokai takes back the zone right before their opponents can find the lead.
Livia, a big part of getting Rampage to that point, but it's not enough. And equally now, you have a penalty that's going to require you at least one more team fight if you're able to get back on top of the zone here. So now Ryukun getting out the wave breaker that's going to allow an entry point in to try and track the members of Yukai Sokai. Although Livia picking up where they left off, getting a few picks to activate the Flow Aura State in the last team fight. Now doing the same this team fight. That's another on a respawning Naigora. And there's another one yet onto Rusu. You talk about another team fight being required. This is going about as well as it possibly could for Rampage.
And now potentially trying to extend this even longer. They've got 2 specials, both Booyah Bombs at the ready. And once again, Sophie is elected to take this far right side. There's one Booyah Bomb down towards the middle, shutting off this push from Yukai Sokai. And although it's 1 for 1 right now, Hatano has decided to make his presence known, coming in with the Ultra Stamp on the far side. Now we'll get a Booyah Bomb thrown backwards, and everyone has to try to turn around, but it hasn't opened up a window of opportunity for Yukai Sokai to step forward and take the zone. Rampage is barely able to hold on, and they'll take game 2.
Naigora getting a final pick there that will not contribute to the objective. So safe to say the counter pick playing out perfectly for a Rampage squad that really seemed to take notes of that game 1 and convert what they learned into a game 2 victory. And a lot of that is on the back of Livia going from this more passive role. We talked about in their previous game how in comparison to Hisatsuru Ko on Salmon Run Part-Timer, they were playing the much more passive style. Definitely not the case this time around. They go over to that Forge and get consecutive basically triples in back-to-back team fights, activating that Flow Aura State without having to use the Booyah Bomb on the offensive. And we talk about how important it is when you can use your main weapon, the resource that's always available to you, and not having to invest that special, saving it for when you need it, especially from an objective-based perspective. And Rampage really picked up on that. They get Ryukun into perspectives, into places where they can have an effect on the zone. Hyamyi allows themselves to stay near and on the zone without going down. That's a big pitfall of trying to vote players, is trading out more often than they are just getting ink down and joining up with their longer range player to maintain control of the zone. And that, again, we talk about enabling your more aggressive players, in this case Soapy and Livia, to move forward. That's exactly what happened, and the latter to Livia and Soapy doing their part by chaining back-to-back 3-down situations, putting Yukai Sokai in a terrible position to come back.
Yeah, and by and large, right, things are working well. The second that you're able to find these team ups, and I think the other thing too that's nice, excuse me, is that Rampage was able to find consistent success with the same kind of play, right? That was a perfect angle for Soapy to take on that blaster, saving some space. It's uninkable over top of some of that area, so it's challenging for an opponent to try to approach a blaster that has the radius nearly of the entire width of that area. So even if Soapy is attempted to, trying to get something to take them down, they're still able to prevent that in some way and find some extra chip damage towards their opponents, especially when the rest of Rampage is able to move forward and put some more pressure down towards the top of that. But to the other point about the main weapons and the presence that you can have, this Splattershot Pro is a do anything kind of weapon, right? If you want to hold back and try to poke at a longer range or follow up on one of your lead aggro's plays, you can do that. When you have the need to step forward, assuming your aim is true, which, let's be clear, it more than certainly is for players of this caliber, you're going to be able to have a great deal of success with just enough mobility and enough of a presence to get the job done. That's what makes this so strong of a pick. And now we're seeing another consistent counter pick we've seen today come out again for Yukai Sokai here, Zach.
There's clashing ideologies at play here. We talked earlier about how we've seen relatively little compositional swaps from stage to stage, but there are some viable options here for Yukai Sokai to swap to, especially with the pick being Mahi Mahi Resort. Rusu listed as having a Dynamo. This is kind of even going back to the original Splatoon, the Dynamo Rollers Paradise and Playground. We had Rubiton on, I believe, this stage with the custom blaster, or saw that earlier with Mahi Mahi with a different team, and that is something that absolutely could come out, is countering Soapy on that S-Blast 91 with a blaster of their own, the triple splashdown, large enough to both contest the zone where needed, but also to at least trade out in a lot of these what can be close quarters situations where you have obstacles that make it difficult to navigate around freely, especially before you unlock the rest of that stage. Now for Rampage, who's having to react to this, we'll see what they opt to bring their composition. They haven't really wavered on it, even when they lost game one a ton. So we will see from Yukai Sokai, they continue to bring out this combined Snipe Rider and heavy Splatling composition, joining that with Livia going back to the NZAP 85. And on the opposite side of things, we are going to see the Splash-O-Matic, so the Crab Tank being used here in combination with that tandem of the Snipe Rider and the Heavy.
I think Rusu going over to the Crab Tank here and the Splash-O-Matic makes more sense. Mahi is one of these stages where a little extra range goes a very long way. As you see already, the use of a Crab Tank here trying to chip down and enables the rest of the teammates to move forward, including Hatsuno playing jump rope with the Wave Breaker, able to do success there. And now is in this high of a position to make a threat happen and prevent or delay, I suppose, the inevitable of these strikes coming out in the zone, flipping straight back. This back and forth is going to be what Yukai Sokai now has set up, and trades will be beneficial for them should they be able to find them, especially with Hatsuno getting into strong positions, is going to get taken down this time, and Rusu can't seem to find a lot of work on the Crab Tank. So those are two resources that aren't used, but doesn't matter. They still find two down anyway, thanks in no small part to the efforts of their backline.
Yeah, the counter pick is working out flawlessly here for Yukai Sokai, but even a temporary shift of the zone over to Rampage gives and buys a team fight for Rampage to get back in. You can see how they group themselves over on this left-hand side box, and now the specials start to fly. It's going to be the triple ink strike coming out alongside the tacticalers. That's countered by Hatsuno once again on this Ultra Stamp, who opts to throw it down. Multiple members jumping to the same spot. The second one, Soapy, they can't take out, but a teammate, possibly Rusu, will. And so during all of that, even when yet again another penalty has to be taken down from Yukai Sokai, they're handling it flawlessly, in no small part to the high ground that Rusu's been able to get themselves to. And we saw this again the last time we were on Mahi, a player getting the high ground, using the crab tank to their advantage, and that has shredded this penalty for Yukai Sokai.
Exactly the strength of the flexibility here going on over. Now we see the strikes come out, and it will apply a penalty, buying some more time for Rampage. It's an effort that absolutely needed to happen if they want any chance of staying alive in this tournament. And now they enable that 3-down situation. The clean team fight comes through for Rampage. It'll be their turn to attempt to get set up here. Now, my question is, what are they going to do to prevent Rusu from enabling the rest of the team on this crab tank? You'll notice playing very passively right now on that top side. And here's the crab itself. We'll see whether or not the team can get in off this. And the Ultra Stamp is coming through from Hatsuno, looking towards the zone as the rest of the members of Rampage are backing away. Looks like 2 go down now, and Yukai Sokai is able to largely capitalize on the play, although not to be outdone, Rampage comes right back in, responds, throws a Booyah Bomb down, and while they did get a penalty, they still have control.
It's fascinating how much of the success that Rampage saw here came well after the 3 specials that they initiated the fight with. Rusu, speaking of specials, has built up another crab tank, and now Rampage is starting to learn. They're using the triple ink strike, not on the zone out of necessity, but have it available to use on the crab tank to reposition Rusu out of an ideal spot. Rusu still staying alive, though, trading out, and Rampage has gotten rid of that penalty. They need to lock down here as they've gotten the 2 low-range members of Yukai Sokai off of the equation. Getting down to 25 here. Nobody with specials on the board, so it's going to have to be a main weapon battle as Rampage tries to take the lead.
Some members are low, though, from Rampage. They have to back away from the zone here. Booyah Bomb is committed as Rusu now is in position, has the crab tank, just uses it here, but now there's a player in short range. Soapy has to be taken care of, and Will on the right side, and it looks like here Yukai Sokai is successful in taking control. They force a 2-down against their opponents, and now have control with the timer quickly ticking away in the last stages of this game.
8 penalty points remaining for Yukai Sokai. They've got their Snipe Rider in an ideal position, and Rusu sharking around as here comes Rampage. The triple ink strikes are enough to get the zone back. They'll effectively have to hold on to it for the long term, but they lose it almost immediately. Yukai Sokai losing Hatsuno in the effort, but Naigora playing around this cushion, able to survive the onslaught and not even in the range of the wave breaker. And that's going to allow Hatsuno to jump back in as the heavy Splatlings target each other. Now less than in single digits for Yukai Sokai getting their penalty down, looking for a knockout, but it's going to be the Booyah Bomb in tandem with the triple ink strikes, reclaiming the zone back. Great work there by Soapy and the rest of Rampage to reclaim the zone, layer in those specials, and they'll have a shot at an overtime push.
They took the fight together, and they were able to come up big. Now Hato gets taken down very early. The Wavebreaker is going to get thrown out to try to clear out this left side and prevent any really large setup from Rampage. But even still, the engagement has to happen. The Ultra Stamp is there out of Hatsuno. It's immediately used and is lunging for the zone. The throw comes in, and it looks like actually able to cap the zone just in time. Yukai Sokai taking game 3 and advancing on to our losers final.
What a demonstration of how close ultimately these teams were. And it looked like at the start, Yukai Sokai was going to run away with this one in no small part because of Rusu on this crab tank. That added element of range that was core to their composition, where you basically have 2 players on one extreme and 2 at the other, and enabling Hatsuno to move forward here. But Rampage did stop them for a while. Soapy doing a great job of finding where members like Naigora were set up and locking them down. But it is a throw of the Ultra Stamp, as you saw there, that caps the zone at the last second. Hatano using it not for offensive purposes, but to secure the objective in this instance, and that will allow Yukai Sokai to advance forward. Credit to Rampage where it's due. Livia with some great work there, and Kiami with their flexibility as well. Soapy was a consistent presence on that S-Blast, and Ryukun rounding out the roster with that needed heavy mirror. But Yukai Sokai showing why they were able to have some of the success in their bracket that they had. We look at the journey that they've taken, going down to losers round 1 after a winners round 1 loss 2-1 to Salmon Run Part-Timer. They no longer have to worry about them as the opponent they just defeated, Rampage, previously defeated them 2-1, and now it will be Yukai Sokai taking on Ribbits. It'll be our losers finals. We'll move on to a best of 5. Kbot, I want to get your thoughts. We'll have a quick break before we go to losers finals. Anything you want to add about that previous match before we head off?
I think fantastic to see. Yukai Sokai has definitely showed up to play today. They're able to find some of those smaller win conditions that are so critical. They've been able to capitalize on making them happen, and it'll be real interesting to watch their development, especially as we head into the first team that beat Cat Overdose earlier today. It'll be exciting to watch Ribbits as well.
Well, our first look at Ribbits coming up as we take them on against Yukai Sokai, the losers bracket darlings, making it all the way from losers round 1 to the finals. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Area Cup Crown number 3. Welcome back, everybody. We are returning for the rest of Area Cup Crown number 3. We've made it to our losers finals. It's Shiny Hunter Zach and Kbot on the mic for you to take you through the end of this one. And we have moved from best of 3 play now to best of 5. And Kbot, we're going to be taking a look at Yukai Sokai, who, as we mentioned, has made quite the run through the losers portion of the bracket, and they're taking on Ribbits, who we have not seen on stream yet today.
No, we have not. The Ribbits team is plenty well known. The second that we show their roster, they will be easily recognizable by many of our Western spectators. Plenty of players that have been in the conversation in this kind of caliber of event for quite some time, and I think there's a reason why, right? When you look at what they are able to do overall, we'll take a look at the bracket here for a moment just to see how we've gotten here. You notice Ribbits has gone on plenty of a run, beating Cat Overdose earlier. Cat Overdose was that Melon Lobster duo team, amongst others, that was taken down very early and found themselves in the winners final, lost to Gao Gao Dragon, who we saw first off, and will now face Yukai Sokai. But here's the roster: Shumon, Wolbo, Nispa, and Granwol. This is a star-studded lineup, and Zach, their standings in the race for the crown show that. This is a team that has the 9th place spot, 10th place spot, 15th place spot, and 13th place spot. So it shows you just how well-rounded and consistent many of these players are. And I have to imagine when they're put together is the reason why they're finding plenty of success here today.
Well, and a minimum of 16 appearances throughout that race to the crown, with a maximum of 22, that being done by Wolbo. And it looks like, Kbot, we might not be able to dodge or avoid the Dapple Dualies this time around, as Nispa going to be on all possible variants of the Dapple Dualies, including the Nouveau and the Noct. Some interesting possible specials, particularly coming out with that. Of course, we've seen Urchin Underpass be a very common stage today. That vanilla kit for the Dapple Dually is going to be a great choice for that, with the Squid Beacon and the Tacticooler. The Nouveau, super interesting kit. Haven't seen a Reef Slider really all day. Torpedo comes with that. That gives you that extra added ability to spot out your opponents. And then the Splat Bomb and Killer Whale with the Nox, also not a variant we see a ton of. And this roster, which includes Grand Roll on a variant of Bucket of Slosher that we've not seen all day in the Dread Ringer, could really cook up some interesting things with Nispa at the helm. Shuma being the captain of this one with the Splash-O-Matic and the NZAP 85. So a somewhat low-range composition may not see the NZAP unless they want to stray away from Wolbo on this Snipe Rider 5H. And they're going to be going up against a Yukai Sokai team that we saw great things from throughout this entire losers bracket run. Rubiton, the flexibility that player has with their weapons, going from these charger weapons looking dominant, especially on that Museum d'Alfonsino game, over to something like the Custom Blaster. Nigora, an absolute menace on the heavy splatling, which has been a mainstay today weapon-wise. Rusu, the flexibility and the ability to play both the long and short-range weapons and excel at both, and rounded out by Hatano, who has been devastating on that Ink Brush Nouveau. Just beautifully timed and well-placed Ultra Stamps, especially alongside being the main enemy of jump-ins for an opposing team, as they are liable to track any and all jump-ins that come through.
Yeah, and I think the key part that you pointed out, and one of the things I said earlier was there aren't many teams that are flexing around dependent upon this stage. I will say the more we watch them, the more Yukai Sokai is not doing that. They are flexing around dependent upon what stage they're going. And I think that flexibility is what's finding them just a little extra bit of insurance that allows them to have that slight edge over their opponents. in the last game, right? We've seen Rusu go back and forth between Splattershot and Splash-O-Matic, depending on what it felt like the team had. You commented Rubiton has gone around quite a bit here as well. And Nigora, who expected to play mostly midi Splatling today, has actually been playing heavy for this team, which makes a lot of sense in the grand scheme of things, especially as they tried to funnel their resources toward getting Hantano into a strong position. So I think this team's strength is their flexibility that is allowing them to slightly modify their win condition per stage to give them that 55% favorability rating that they're able to capitalize on and convert into game wins. Now, the exception to that, of course, is the fact that we've only really seen them in best of threes up to this point today, where they only have to capitalize on potentially one of their counter picks if they're able to do it on the first random stage. But now we're in best of 5 territory, where there's potential for momentum to swing back and forth multiple times and not just once over the course of a match. So this, I think, is where the real test starts, and it'll be very interesting to watch our teams now in this best of 5 format.
And with our first stage being completely randomly selected from all available stages in the game, that, even without the counter pick system, becomes huge to win on. Almost 80% of teams that win the randomly picked stage go on to win the match, whether it's best of 3 or best of 5. So this is going to be a big lift for this team to convert on game 1, not just for the ability to go up in the match, but because they will have to then face the loser's counter-picked stage. And the common ones that we've seen today have been relatively consistent. We've seen a good amount of Barnacle and Dime. Of course, lots of Urchin Underpass. We've seen some Mahi Mahi Resort in the mix. And so we'll have to see if, given potentially more opportunities, if this does not end in a sweep, to see what other stages are favored by these teams. Of course, we have a skewed view of Yukai Sokai, having seen them go through losers and play multiple consecutive matches. Ribbits with a little bit more of a break at their disposal. They, of course, had a rough go of it in the winners finals, losing 3-0 in that one to Gao Gao Dragons. So they have had to wait around a little bit for the loser side of the bracket to properly manifest. And it hasn't exactly been a clean run for Yukai Sokai either. They've gone through and had multiple 2-1 matches in a row in these best of 3 formats. So they're no stranger to adversity. Even if they go down, look for this one to kind of ping pong back and forth between these teams, unless there is just a complete imbalance, the likes of which we've really only seen in winners finals. And Kbot, wouldn't you know it, the system that B decided that we're not going to wait for a counter pick to see Mahi Mahi Resort come through. That's going to be our random stage pick for game 1.
Yeah, how about that? We saw this obviously played by Yukai Sokai in the last match that we watched on this broadcast, with Rusu on a Splash-O-Matic, having that crab tank, that little extra range, was able to be much more versatile in what it was able to accomplish. Now, of course, is going to play against Shuma, who is not picking hardly anything other than the Splash-O-Matic for the entire match. It will be evenly matched. If not, perhaps Shuma will have the better positioning, just because of the level of specialty and experience on that particular weapon, which can very well enable Ribbits to be successful. Now, the thing that we haven't really talked about for Ribbits, we've kind of danced around it, Zach, but we haven't fully talked about it, is they have the potential. I think their most likely composition is to play a double reef slider composition, which on Mahi Mahi Resort probably can feel like haymaker after haymaker, with constant reef sliders going right on top of the zone all of the time. And that'll likely enable a lot more creative plays and perhaps unexpected and quick thinking that needs to be done. And it'll really be a matter of whether or not Yukai Sokai can try to shut that down early and prevent that from continuing much further along.
Well, here we go. It's our losers finals between Ribbits and Yukai Sokai. The winner moves on to grand finals to take on Gao Gao Dragon. taking a look at the composition. Kbot prophesizing correctly indeed that it is a double reef slider composition. And on the opposite side of things, that inevitable Ink Brush Nouveau coming back out from Hatano as we look to see who's going to take control first. Yukai Sokai locking it down, but Hatano goes down as Shun is going to have the high ground on this crab tank. Shades of what Yukai Sokai has already faced previously, and they are learning from what they've done in the past as they continue to hold this zone.
Yeah, Rusu with a nice crab tank preventing these Rivets members from getting in. But now, 2-down situation still here for Rivets. And that's going to enable Yukai Sokai just continuing to get set up. Shuma is forced actually into this crab tank relatively early, trying to make sure that they don't get set up into a very strong lockout, but didn't seem to have much of a threat at all here. And we're going to have to see these reef sliders come up soon and come up big. Meanwhile, Rubyton gets a pick and goes into the Flow Aura state, continuing to have the presence. Here's that crab tank from Rusu here, and Yukai Sokai might have it. Oh, reef slider comes out here from Grand Roll, looking to try to cap the zone, but is the only member here. Now we see another team up. There's Nispa going in on those Dapple Dualies. They still haven't capped the zone. Only one is up. The jump is just too late. And Yukai Sokai, 100-0 knockout here to start off our losers finals match.
That is the danger when you opt to lean so heavily into a double special composition. We saw this earlier. One of the first matches we spectated was a double 96 gal composition with double ink vac, and it similarly got shut down to the point where it was completely swapped off of afterwards. And the double reef slider, you can see the effect that it would in theory have. It's a small enough zone where even with the obstacle in the middle, it would be able to take over basically the entirety of the zone. And for Yukai Sokai, did a great job of locking it down, because outside of the times when Rivets has one or both of those reef sliders online, Yukai Sokai has the range advantage for the most part. Wolbo on the Snipe Rider not really able to get in for those prime spots where they're able to have an impact on the zone. Most often they're backed off in that sort of court area behind the box that Yukai Sokai can use to jump in to the zone. So it makes it very difficult when you have to try and get your one longest range player into a premier position and you can just not stay alive long enough to make that work. And Hatsuno's a big part of that. Naigora outdistancing a lot of the players from Rivets is a big part of that. And so Yukai Sokai, that we wondered whether the continuous number of games that they played would work in their favor. And basically, we talked about overheating before, continue the hot streak that they've been on through losers. Game one, it certainly seemed like with a 100-0 knockout, Yukai Sokai easily picking up where they left off.
But I think you make the great point, Zach, about the range that they have at their disposal. And it's one of the reasons why we're not seeing the heavy Splatlings so much be an anchor in of itself. Rather, we're seeing it pair up with a Snipe Rider. So often, these two are able to pair then at a longer range and then potentially paired with whatever Rusu's playing. Now we have three rather long-range threats when Rusu gets into that special, whether it's Crab Tank or Zuka or something different. And all of that range is able to provide opportunities for Hatano to continue running around or indeed just shut things down as a pincer from a long range in the first place. And when we're talking about the ability to stop a threat of a double reef slider composition, that range is critical. Picking off those reef sliders before they're able to pop them is the critical component here, and they were able to do that in the last one. The counter pick coming in from Rivets has been selected as Brine Water Springs, one that we have not seen yet today on this broadcast, although I have to imagine that with these reef slider compositions, there are more than enough angles that can be very threatening for a reef slider, especially if they're able to find a strong enough hold to get a reef slider up their opponent's ramp. That can spell disaster and delay, which could be the window of opportunity Rivets needs.
This was one of the two stages we highlighted earlier, as despite not being commonly picked in the West, has been quite a common counterpick location alongside Flounder Heights. This one tied for third with Mako Mart in terms of counterpick percentage. And we see these teams coming out. Look at Naigora's run speed and Rusu just going all special charge up on the Splash-O-Matic. That'll be countered on the opposite side of things. We basically see the same composition coming out from Rivet. So they're going to run it back, hoping that their counterpick is going to be effectual. The Tacticooler comes out, but a lot of pressure coming through as once again, Yukai Sokai is the first to claim the zone.
So look at this. Hatsuno runs right up to the left side, continues to poke at two members of Rivets, and that enables just enough time for the rest of the longer range threats to get set up and try to continue pushing them back. And now we see Yukai Sokai in really strong positions overall, having firm control of the zone and starting to threaten up this left side. This is the lockout situation that Rivets does not want to be in. They don't have a lot of specials to their name. It's only these two Reef Sliders, which they really don't want to commit here if they can avoid it. And indeed, neither one of them uses their Reef Slider before going down, resetting the clock and resetting those spawn timers before they're able to come back in here. Yukai Sokai backs away for a moment here, and we'll see Rivets start to come back into the zone. There's a Reef Slider that comes out to find the cap, but even still, with a 2-down situation, Yukai Sokai maintains control over the pace of the game.
And in my opinion, this is one of the hardest stages to come back from when you get wiped out or close to it. The giant ramp that you have to get down on. If you don't have a beacon to jump to or a player to jump to, you have to basically wait to build up your specials, which is what Rivets did to get back into the zone the first time. Now facing a little bit of pressure is Yukai Sokai as they go 3 down. It'll be the Dapple Doolies expended as the only casualty on the side of Rivets, and now Nayagora in an unfamiliar situation. But this is also a pretty ideal situation or placement for the heavy Splatling to be. Now we see a couple of picks coming out there from Rusu to help force the wipeout. It's only for a second that Yukai Sokai is on the back foot, and we see them return right to the same spot where, despite Rivets having a little better shot of breaking out this time around, Shuma goes down early, and Yukai Sokai is basically having free reign to chew through this penalty.
Rusu just goes full steam ahead, is going to get taken down because, again, the idea is to take out these Reef Sliders before they can get to the zone. One escapes and is able to find it, but a jump away means that these trades continue happening, and now Rivets goes 3 down. They're not able to take out these longer range threats that Yukai Sokai has. It's now Nigora continuing to move around, continuing to stay on top of the zone and lock things down for the team with the Wavebreaker coming down as well. Shuma is trying to get some damage onto the zone, but it just doesn't matter. And Yukai Sokai convincing 2 games up to this point. Rivets has not been able to find their footing because, Zach, they really don't have many tools at their disposal to have strong lockouts. They are all offense, hardly any defense, and that strategy is just not working when you're talking about trying to enable 2 Reef Sliders at once.
It's not the 100-0 that we saw in game 1, but it is almost as emphatic in game 2. And in trading card games, you sometimes have a saying that is every deck has an auto loss. And it does seem a bit like this composition from Rivets is facing their auto loss and what Yukai Sokai is bringing out and what Rivets staunchly seems to refuse to swap off of. Obviously, it's brought them to this point, and our notes that we have, there isn't really much else that the members of Rivets can swap off to. Nispa basically only has these Dapple Doolies at their disposal. Now they've stayed on the Nouveau variant that has that Reef Slider at their disposal, and Grand Roll just has the Dreadringer, which is also going to have that Reef Slider. So now they make, regardless, their last counter pick of this match, which is going to be to Mako Mart. So again, common counter pick, and you have these alleyways, these obstacles where you can make use of the Reef Slider. Not only that, the path to the zone from the lower part of the stage is an upward ramp into a plateauing where the zone is. So that could work as a way to sort of protect themselves as they're using these Reef Sliders. But even if it goes off, the end lag animation that they're stuck in after it gets used, you're basically taking a confirmed either splat, or you have to use it where nobody on the enemy team is anywhere close to you, so that Yukai Sokai cannot punish both the usage of the special and you being locked in the same spot for what doesn't initially feel like a long time, but to players in high-level Splatoon that are used to flying around at a moment's notice, that's basically all the time in the world for them to get an important pick.
And while completely true, that's also one of the reasons why it's this stage over any others. In fact, I would have thought that this would have been the first one they go to if they're a double reef slider team, because you get a little extra protection and cover around some of the geometry in this stage, not the least including the central inflatable that sits in the middle of the zone. Of course, we've seen it happen time and time again where the reef slider just swims right in and tries to cheese the zone, while the effectiveness of that particular strategy likely isn't going to work in translate into full caps all of the time. It's still going to be a play that is going for time and time again, because you're able to find some protection and some cover while you're in that end lag animation. No real compositional changes, the only of which being Rusu going over to the splatter shot. And why wouldn't you here again trying to have those picks early before the reef sliders can get going?
Yukai Sokai picking up where they left off. And how about only one member of their team using stealth jump? It looks like we have object shredder and then the other players focusing on building special and run speed respectively, as Naigora will go down on that heavy splatling. Shuma holding their ground and gets an important pick on Hatsuno, so this will be the zone going over to Ribbits. And Kbot, this might be the situation that they wanted to be in. You can see how fast they're moving, and this is the area in which they play the best. If they're able to play in advance of the zone and get picks in very close quarter situations, they're basically saying we want to force Yukai Sokai to come down to our level, and they're doing just that. You see Naigora on one side, Rusu on the other, gets a little bit of chip damage with the Trizuka. They won't find any picks, but they keep the pressure on. They flip the zone back over. Ribbits does get the lead, but it's not a big penalty for Yukai Sokai to get through.
Interesting how Ribbits really didn't play too far forward, but they also backed away and preserved their lives for just long enough. You see that because both players still have their reef sliders at the ready. Here's Grand Roll, gets two without it, and now has the potential of trying to rush down Naigora here. Is not going to go for just that, but I expect to see a similar game plan. I thought originally that Ribbits was going to continue running in, have that stronger presence, and have more of a presence down here in the street in front of these stacks, but they're actually electing not to do that, catching off a member like Hatsuno and preventing a possible flank like that one from happening there. It means that only Grand Roll's gone down so far. Now we see another one taken down, Nispa, this time to Rusu's Trizuka, and it will be the penalty and transition back to the defensive side, but Shuma has another counter-attack plan.
Yeah, Shuma having to use this crab tank in a somewhat inopportune spot. Yes, you're protected by playing basically out of the sightlines of your opponent, but you also don't get the chance to pick off any opponents unless they're directly sitting on top of the zone, as Ribbits is going to get the zone back, and they're forcing Hatsuno for Yukai Sokai to play off of their main duty. They take them down as they pull out their Ultra Stamp. That's one of their main offensive tools, and elsewise, they're having them stand on top of these boxes and just focus on painting the zone. You do not want to have one of your main offensive weapons and that Inkbrush Nouveau sort of trapped into a role of playing the objective that other players could otherwise fulfill. But Ribbits is doing a good job of calling target priority. They're starting to lose one or two members, but for the most part, Grand Roll playing just behind this zone, right next to their Snipe Rider player in Wolbo. And now Hatsuno with another chance to redeem themselves with the Ultra Stamp. But I don't think Ribbits, with the exception of that great shot, was putting themselves in a position to be taken out alongside the Wavebreaker that will give the zone back to Yukai Sokai.
Worth a shot always is to throw an Ultra Stamp. Hatsuno was able to find one before getting taken down. But again, it's not so much about Hatsuno being able to come up with a big play. While it would be nice, it's more about getting these longer range threats into position. Rubiton is in perfect position here. Naigora is starting to approach. Now actually opts to go to the left side here. Continuing to have that ranged presence down this primary approach angle is going to be forced to back it away as the onslaught is coming through from Ribbits, and they will cap control of the zone. Shuma is now in position to take back control, and they're going to start challenging Rubiton on the opposite side of the stage. Well done on the retake here from Ribbits, but I also liked the defense from Yukai Sokai. Both teams playing really well here.
Yukai Sokai should have plenty of time for one more team fight before the lead would go over to Ribbits. The tactical alert comes out, and Wolbo trying to see if they can pick anybody off. They're going to dodge out of the way of that Ultra Stamp. That's an important tool gone for Hatsuno, as Hatsuno says, I don't need it. I'm going to use my main weapon to track you down and take you down, as we're in the final minute here, playing bumper cars a little bit. And this is the pincer maneuver that we talked about earlier as well. Ribbits using it to take down Hatsuno. That's going to send Rusu and the remaining members of Yukai Sokai back, despite having control of the zone. And now it'll flip over to Ribbits. They'll keep the Reef Slider of this Dapple Louise Devoe online, as Nispa's going to sit on it. They're going to have the second one from Grand Roll. It does get used out. It will help them survive, at least for the moment, but the counter special of the Trizuka from Rusu, allowing them to come right back in, and Yukai Sokai holding down the zone, at least for the moment.
They are just a few seconds left from winning this game outright here. Rubiton has to try to come up with a few in order to close it out, and will find at least one. Hatsuno's on that right side again, trying to enable the rest of the members to come forward, with Shuma in the crab tank looking for something on top of the zone. It's the cap going back to Ribbits here, but they don't find a lot of value in the process, and they don't maintain control. It's Yukai Sokai with a 3-0 sweep, moving on to our grand final.
Make no mistake, that was the best showing of the 3 games that we saw from Ribbits, but the resource management was just not there. You're locking yourself into some very tough decisions, especially for Nispa and Grand Roll, and we saw that play out in that final fight as they claimed the zone right as a Reef Slider came out. So you're effectively wasting one of your Reef Sliders. You're not getting anybody down on the side of Yukai Sokai with it. You're not really contributing to the zone, except for a very temporary flash in the pan explosion on the zone that's easily surmounted by the members of Yukai Sokai. You could see it there as they jump out, and as they're jumping out, that's also reducing the amount of time. Yes, it keeps them alive, but you're taking yourself away from the objective. You are not putting yourself in a position while you're in midair to hold on to that objective, and that was all the time that Yukai Sokai needed to take the zone back and hold on to maintain their sweep. So, of course, we'll have the bracket up to kind of give you the final overview before we go into grand finals, but that is a beautiful sweep and a cap on the losers portion of the bracket for Yukai Sokai, who comes from losers round 1, is able to knock out one of the most highly touted teams in Cat Overdose with a 2-0 sweep, then goes on a couple of consecutive 2-1 victories, those high pressure game 3 situations against Vacuum World and Rampage, teams that feature Samurai Kasuto, Hitoguchi, and for Rampage, some high-level players like Livia and Soapy, who were doing great work, and then 3-0 Ribbits to find themselves in grand finals. So both teams, Kbot, that we will see in our grand finals are coming off of 3-0s against Ribbits, ironically. Now those 2 teams in Gao Gao Dragon and Yukai Sokai will face off, and if Yukai Sokai is able to win in grand finals, they will force a bracket reset. We'll continue on with best of 5. But before we do that, before we get into our grand finals, we have a little bit of an announcement video to show you. So please take a look.
さあ、このまま勝利に向かってひた走るブルーイエローの打開は間に合うのか。
奥に入る。取れる。完璧です。なかなか前に進めない。ここでプッシュしていった。まだ対面を続けている。ブルーサイダーフロントで逆転だ。ここがエリアの最高峰。
That's right, Area Cup live, as Area Cup will host a LAN tournament in Tokyo on December 5th, 2026, a Saturday. This is the first LAN tournament for Area Cup since November of 2022. Currently in the Japanese competitive scene, Turf War is the dominant game mode, but Area Cup aims to bring the intense Splat Zones competitive experience not only to the online scene, but also back to the LAN stage. This is something that looks super cool. I'm always so intrigued and excited to see the LAN environments that Japan is able to bring up. So be on the lookout for Area Cup Live happening again in Tokyo in December of 2026. And then we also have Area Cup 59th, the next regular Area Cup event, which will be held on the 22nd of May, 2026 at 8 p.m. JST, 4 a.m. Pacific time, and 7 a.m. Eastern. You can stay tuned there for all of the intense Splat Zones actions. And then Kbot, I believe you have an update for us on SWS as well.
Of course, the collaborations between IPL and Area Cup do not end with only this one showing. The SWS 2026 season is in full swing, with the first global gauntlet already having taken place. We'll see more action leading into the second global gauntlet coming up here in just a few weeks, with the beginning of the first qualifier starting today, following into the Sendo-Q finale next week, and then the following the direct qualifier itself. Additionally, Global Gauntlet 2 finals will take place on the June 5th or 6th, depending on which time zone you are in. It'll be a similar time as the last one. So we hope that you come back and watch more of this Japan versus the West competition. The first Global Gauntlet was incredibly fun to follow, and the second one, I'm sure, will be no exception. And that gears us right up for the full Splat World Series event as we get in later into the season. It'll be a fantastic summer of Splatoon ahead, Zach.
Kbot, I think despite your staunch stance that you are not a figurehead of this competitive Splatoon community, you have your nose down and your ear to the ground on a lot of these events and tournaments. And I know you're just as excited as me to see all of the great scenes and tournaments and LAN events that are happening, not only here in the West, but also in Japan as well. And that great action leads us to our grand final match. It'll be another best of 5, this time between Gao Gao Dragon from the winner's side of the bracket versus Yukai Sokai from the loser's portion. A run which we just talked about before the announcement video, just coming from losers round 1 into a grand final scenario. But we have to take a look first at our next team coming up. Gao Gao Dragon looking very, very strong, coming out of winners with a 3-0 sweep over Ribbits, made up of Momo, Reimaru, Himazine, and Nori Shio, I believe, with a wonderful suite of weapons. We saw Nori Shio not on the or on this sort of weapon, the stamper that they play with the 4378 Splat Zones XP Peak. Himazine was a surprise force for Gao Gao Dragons the first time that we saw them, and then rounded out, of course, by Reimaru and their captain Momo. You kind of in today have had to have needed a either Snipe Rider 5H player that is very adept at what they're doing, or otherwise would had to have dramatically shrunk down the range that you're playing with. We've seen the Inzap and the Tri-Slosher Nouveau be popular choices today. Even as a mid-range option, the Claws 96 Gal has been one tactical choice. And for Yukai Sokai, we know they're pretty comfortable with a variety of weapons, but to highlight a player or two, Naigora on that heavy splatling has been so dangerous, not just focused on purely painting or inking the ground. They have survived when teams have almost entirely focused them as a primary target.
You know, I think both these teams today have found the permutation of their weapons that has led them to the most success. We've obviously seen it take place with Yukai Sokai, but then with Gao Gao Dragon, who we haven't checked in on since the beginning of the day in the wee hours of the morning. But even still, how they've been able to round out, and the ability for Himazin to go over to a blaster instead of playing what they more traditionally might have played otherwise, has really enabled this team to come together, I think, in a really big way, and has led them to success even if it is in a very traditional composition in terms of its setting. So both these teams have been flexible and have shown a lot of promise throughout the day. It'll be real fun to get them to square off against each other. This very traditional composition, highlighted, of course, by that Blaster and Splatana Stamper frontline, against the other side with this double anchor composition nearly between the Snipe Rider and the heavy Splatling that has seen so much success over the course of the day for Yukai Sokai. This one's going to be fun. Reminder, folks, this is a double elimination bracket, and the bracket reset is enabled, meaning Gao Dragon needs to win a single match to claim Area Cup crown number 3. Meanwhile, Yukai Sokai will need to win 2 consecutive best of 5s against Gao Dragon to come out on top to doubly eliminate their opponents from the tournament. So should be very interesting to watch. And of course, Yukai Sokai, no stranger to the uphill battle, having made it through the entirety of our lower bracket, getting knocked down there by Salmon Run Part-Timer earlier today. Zach, I thought if any team had the potential to go for a long run, it probably would have been Cat Overdose, who this team beat in the first round. So very interesting to see how the bracket has played out today, but should be an exciting grand finals for sure.
That's still, I think, the shock of the day, and one of the largest points that I think people will draw from after Area Cup Crown 3 ends is that Cat Overdose essentially went 0-2 in matches with a stacked roster, including Lobster and Melon. Gao Dragon, we got to see them as our first match of the day against King of Ham. That one was a 2-1, and it was not always the 3-0 sweep that Gao Dragon was able to get against Ribbits in the winners finals. They had their fair share of 2-1 victories, including in the next round, the winners semifinals after round 1 against Vacuum World. So with Hemazine, we got to see that custom blaster come out before. In the losers portion, there was a much heavier focus on the S-Blast 91. Definitely a possibility that we see that custom blaster return. There are lots of stages where having that triple splashdown would be a benefit, and just the pressure that they're able to put out with the custom blaster. You don't have the ability for combos necessarily like you do with the S-Blast 91 and the burst bombs. We saw that a ton in the loser side of the bracket. You just have the point sensor, but information is so critical as well. That's part of why, you know, with the heavy Splatling, the wave breaker has been used quite a bit. In addition to the high paint or ink output that weapon is able to put out, you throw in the wave breaker as well, and you can try to spot anybody that's around the zone, or at the very least, as you called out in a previous game, Kbot, make them play a little bit of jump rope as they go through. So should be an interesting match. And of course, Nori Shio and Rei Maru, 2 of the more commonly known names in the West. Nori Shio, we got to see some of their high flying adventures on weapons like the Splatana Stamper, that Mincemeat Metalworks game. They were playing on the side of the stage, and I don't mean like all the way to the left or all the way to the right. I mean literally where you would be falling off the stage. They were waiting for that right opportunity to peek out, and that's the high level thinking that I think all of the players in our grand finals are bringing to the table.
I was about to say, Zach, is it high flying or low flying? Because I think it was quite low flying, as a matter of fact, dipping underneath the stage nearly and trying to pop out and catch opponents by surprise. But no, it is always a treat to watch a player such as Norishio play. Those of you that have been following higher level Japanese Splatoon for a long time, you will have heard of Norishio before, has made numerous appearances in Western tournaments in the earlier days of Super Jump and the like, multiple times over since Splatoon 3 has really been around, has been locked in on this Splatana Stamper. So has been a lot of fun, obviously, to watch, and the combinations that Norishio and Hemazin have been able to pull off today, certainly in the one match we saw from them earlier, but I imagine for the rest of the day as well, have been plenty worth noting as the day has gone along. So I'm looking for how they're able to set up those kinds of pincer plays we were talking about at the very beginning of the day. Where are they going to be able to find opportunities to approach from 2 different angles? And how does Norishio's creativity on the Zipcast play into that itself? Because that'll be another element that Yukai Sokai may not be expecting. On the flip side, of course, if we see Hatano come up with an Ultra Stamp, suddenly any surprise that you might have had can get turned on its head instantly, because now an Ultra Stamp pops out and immediately takes you down when you weren't expecting it, right? So both these teams are certainly going to be playing on that kind of idea, and it's about whether the duo is going to get set up into an area where they can be successful, or whether the funnel composition from Yukai Sokai can set up their brush.
Yeah, I think both of these teams kind of have a duo in mind. You know, for Gao Dragon, it's been Norishio and Himazine, but I also want to call out Reimaru, who was so impactful in the match that we watched them on, and particularly on Mahi Mahi Resort, where they would get over to the far right-hand side, that upper elevation where they could essentially farm up that crab tank and sit on it until they needed to use it, and provide so much pressure in that case against King of Ham, and even win close up 1v1 engagements when they needed to against those perennial heavy Splatling or Snipe Rider 5H players. And for Yukai Sokai, Rubiton's flexibility as well, you're either going to see Rubiton or Rusu be the one to join Hatano as that sort of secondary offensive element. Hatano is going to have to be enabled to make some of the heroic plays that they've seen them make throughout this tournament, some of the great Ultra Stamps that they've thrown, sometimes for offensive purposes, sometimes for playing the objective. We've seen zones get capped purely off of Hatano landing a well-placed Ultra Stamp right on top of the zone. Naigora as well for Yukai Sokai is no stranger to being targeted. I can imagine for Gao Dragon, that is going to be one of their larger priorities, especially if we see Norishio flying around, or if we see Himazine back on that custom blaster. So Naigora is going to have to keep that positioning fantastic, and Rusu going to have to help protect their backline as well, whether Rubiton is included in that or not, based on whether they play one of those chargers. And what an interesting starting point we have here, Kbot, as we have rolled Bluefin Depot for stage number 1.
Bluefin Depot is incredibly interesting. Of course, the moving zone back and forth, depending on who has control of it. The other thing I wanted to mention, Zach, remember what I called out earlier. Hatano's job is not necessarily just to come up with multiple picks on the brush and or Ultra Stamp. Instead, it is to go forward and be enough of a threat where the potential is there to come up with multiple. Thus, the rest of the team has to respond and divert resources away from the main zone, which allows players like Naigora, like Rubiton, to get set up on top of the zone and have a stronger hold, and then can be even more oppressive with the range. Those things work in tandem and do not necessarily rely on Hatano finding a splat himself. So keep that in mind as we watch this first game, because I imagine that's going to come into effect quite a bit, especially as the zone moves back and forth, with that extra delay in time that it's going to take for that setup to take place. Hatano's job of making those delays happen in the opponent's offense and potential retake is going to be the thing that drives Yukai Sokai to victory.
It's grand finals time between Gao Dragon and Yukai Sokai. Best of 5. If Yukai Sokai takes this match, they will force a bracket reset. Gao Dragon hoping to close it out in grand finals. And we do in fact see the custom blaster coming out once again from Himajin as they look to get set up. Here's Norishio as we look over to the crab tank now as well. Reimaru trying to get a pick as well, using this sort of 45-degree tilted angle. Won't find anyone, but will apply a lot of pressure. But Yukai Sokai, we've mentioned it multiple times, they're usually the ones taking the zone first, and that's the case again today.
Case again, they go 2 down in the process, but here's Himazine comes up with 2, Hatano, excuse me. Don't want to miscredit the fantastic double pick as it comes down. And now, wait a minute, look at this. Rusu set up on this far right side, has the crab tank at the ready too. It is going to be ready to apply pressure from multiple angles, is able to find one, is just going to infiltrate without the crab tank itself, and now is going to continue to be that threat. Here's the crab tank opting to just try to stall. It's going to be forced as an escape tool, but even still, Yukai Sokai, stronghold, gets it down to 32 as the engagement comes back around. I think Yukai Sokai is happy to walk away from that one.
That's certainly another way to use the crab tank. It certainly doesn't have the armor that it did have at the beginning of Splatoon 3's life cycle, but it can tank some hits, and they were able to get away at least temporarily as we see Gao Dragon's first real hold of the zone long term. Now about halfway to building up that crab tank again is Raymaru is Yukai Sokai wasting no time at all with the wave breaker coming down, the ultra stamp throw, and that's going to be a pick as well, looking for a second. But more than that, they're zoning away the members of Gao Dragon to allow that jump in to come through. So yes, they'll go down, but the zone continues to tick in their favor. Rusu able to get the trade out against Raymaru, and Naigora so far pushed away from this zone is to keep this snipe rider from being able to get close. So Momo for Gao Dragon having a tough time getting back in. For now, Yukai Sokai rid of their penalty, continues their push forward as Gao Dragon potentially with a bit of momentum on the back of Norishio's Zipcaster.
Here's Norishio, comes up with 1.5 before dipping down. There's to a 2-down situation, which will enable them to afford. And look at this. Gao Dragon full-on onslaught for the other side of the stage. Norishio steps forward, finds one. Low on ink, is going to be forced to back it away. But Raymaru's in the back lines to support. And that means even more players from Yokai Sokai are going down on this incredibly strong holding position. Look at how far Momo is forward on this Snipe Rider. That is indicative of an incredibly strong block out here, where Yukai Sokai is forced to commit resources they don't even have right now. And it means the lead is going to Gao Dragon. While they might go 2 down here, they'll take this lead, certainly.
The rest of that triple splashdown will come out, even though its driver has gone. Hatsuno trying to find anybody with a desperation ultra stamp throw, but they're providing a good amount of pressure and putting Gao Dragon in a similar spot to where they had Yukai Sokai for so long. It was such a great hold, in part facilitated by Himazine just staying alive as a pest behind that black box that was unable to be splatted for so long. Now Gao Dragon going to get it started here with a Tacticooler, and Norishio's going to come out with the Zipcaster trying to see if they can find anybody next to the zone. Doesn't find anyone immediately and gets spotted down right away by Yukai Sokai as they've gotten rid of their penalty, and Hatsuno looks to pressure forward as they look to claim the lead, and they will. Into the single digits here. Nobody from Gao Dragon taken down yet. They have a triple splashdown. Will they be able to use it? The answer is no, as Himazine not able to get in a position to use that special on the zone. And after some back and forth in game 1, it's Yukai Sokai with a knockout as Naigora and team celebrates coming out of losers finals and continuing that momentum in grands.
You know, I think there at the very end, Yukai Sokai able to split up the onslaught from Gao Dragon so effectively. When they're able to take hold, they're actually able to make it not exactly obvious where your resources should go in order to try to make sure that you can cap the zone. Do you remove the brush? Do you try to remove one of the longer range threats sitting on top of zone? Where is Rusu? Who knows? Really could be anywhere, with the possibility of a crab tank popping out at that very moment. It's so challenging to track down a lot of what they're trying to do, and we see that in no small part on our spectator feed, right? The next thing you know, suddenly there's another player at a different location that is just having just as much of a presence and a threat on the stage as anyone else is, or as the previously assumed target. There's no obvious threats, or there's no obvious linchpin here, and that's one of the reasons why this team has been so strong and has seen so much success up to this point.
And it's a double-edged sword, or you can even call it a double-edged Splatana stamper, with those shorter ranged, more aggressively oriented players, and for the defending team, how you orient yourself to play against that. Because if you dedicate too much time and energy, and most importantly, visibility towards searching for that player that's going to shark or flank around, yes, you're protecting your anchor or backline player by doing that, but you're also taking so much of your focus away from the zone. There has to be some kind of trust or unspoken understanding that some players, 1 to 2 players, will be looking out for that, but the rest have to be dedicated to getting back into a position on the stage where they can have an impact on the zone. Gao Dragon not able to do that at the end of the game, despite having a special online in the triple splashdown from Himazine, and it can be applied to both teams. For Gao Dragon, I think both Himazine on that custom blaster and Raymaru, who we saw flanking around with the Splash-O-Matic, something that we haven't seen a ton of. Mostly that crab tank has been set up put on high ground, used as a ranged advantage. This time it was used to flank around, and we saw the crab tank used defensively to roll back into the zone area and closer to their teammates. So for both teams, you have to make the conscious decision of how are we going to treat these players that like to be pests and play around with our backline or anchor players. Sometimes you can trust your backline or anchor players to be, even if your team is not in a great position, to be in a position to win those 1v1s or at least call out for help when you need it. And we will go to game 2, where Kbot, it's another favorited map pick for our counter pick stage. It's Mahi Mahi Resort for game 2.
Not sure if Gao Dragon knows, but I'm pretty sure Yukai Sokai has also picked this one numerous times today. So popular, perhaps for both of our teams. Expect to see Rusu stick with that Splash-O-Matic, which has seen some success here as well. But again, maybe this is the more traditional, more front-to-back style that Gao Dragon really wants to try to play, right? I think by and large, it's challenging to try to contest with all of the different threats that you have from Yukai Sokai. You're talking about now Rusu is going on random flank angles, probably stage dependent, right? Bluefin Depot probably would have been challenging for a brush to try to approach from the exact angle that Rusu did. But that awareness and heads up in that individual play is what allows a large part of a hold to come together and a strong play across the board. Here, it's going to look a little different, although this time there's less of those kinds of wide angles that can be taken, and so there might be more opportunities for the Himazin and Mauricio duo to team up together.
Well, and I'm looking at the mirrored duo of Ray Maru, who did so well on this stage in particular, and it's countered by Rusu going also on the Splash-O-Matic on the side of Yukai Sokai. So for this time, it's going to be Gao Dragon taking the zone first. They're going to be applying a lot of pressure early on with Mauricio at the front of things, now going over to the left to see if anybody is deigning to flank. But for now, they get the wave breaker out of Yukai Sokai, and not much else is going in Yukai Sokai's favor, as so far the special usage going much better in favor of Gao Dragon, and they saved Mauricio's Zipcaster for when it's needed.
Oh, has to be careful here. I almost thought Mauricio was going to get taken down by the sprinkler, which might have been comedic, but nonetheless is able to take care of business and is now in a very strong position on this right side. You mentioned the Zipcast is ready to just go into the other side of the stage. Trade comes through, 1-for-1 now, as now Rimaru has to be at least a little careful. Will pop the crab tank here and is looking towards the left side. Meanwhile, I've been talking this long and we're down to 10 ticks of the timer left to go. This is about to be an 100-0 knockout with no real presence coming in from Yukai Sokai. But hold on, they just barely are able to cap. Yes, they do. They go 3 down in the process, but extend the game just a little longer.
That extends their way to multiple team fights that they get to try against Gao Dragon, saving themselves from a 100-0. And now they're trying to get Nagora in a proper position here to be set up for success. Grabs the tacticaler and seeing if they can push forward on the back here of Rubyton, who's going to be piloting this Snipe Rider 5H. They're countered by Ray Maru on this crab tank, who is able to get the zone back after a 3-down situation. The only saving grace for Yukai Sokai is that they'll have a crab tank coming back in from Rusu to counter that, but they're facing heavy opposition early on. That's going to be a pick onto Hatsune, who's gone down in a lot of either trades or just one-off times being splattered early. It seems like the main offensive edge for Yukai Sokai being countered a good bit by Gao Dragon.
And that's one of the keys, because if Hotno doesn't get into position, that means that the rest of the team can't move forward and can't actively support. So to your point earlier, if the tip of the spear is down, you only have to jab with a wooden stick, which doesn't prove to be very successful. And it will be Gao Dragon taking care of business there. I think one of the other things, Zach, is like I was talking about earlier, a potential team up with members able to swarm around the front of the zone. We've seen it on Mako Mart. We see it here on Mahi Mahi Resort, where these players are able to work together and find areas of influence around each other to make team up plays happen and make those things a reality. Excellently played by Gao Dragon as they respond right back.
There's almost a second zone in front of the actual zone where players cannot or do not want to cross unless they are sure that they have an in. It's basically the area in front of the zone, including the little box on the right-hand side, but before you make the jump into the court area of your opponent. That is the primary spot that you want to control as the team that's holding the zone. And in addition to that, watching that almost perfectly square box that is on your right-hand side when you're in front of the zone, because that is where either of the two Splash-O-Matic players with the Crab Tank are going to set up, and that you're going to want to watch for that long-range opposition. That's why when I saw Yukai Sokai saving their special, having that Crab Tank coming back in, I thought, okay, they should have an in here, just like in previous matches we saw the triple ink strike with the more slosher oriented compositions be the in or the special that would always start it off. Usually in the West, it's the tacticooler. In the East, it seems like there are specials that get used one or two as ways to ink the objective, the zone in this case, before the tacticooler even comes out. It is not always the tacticooler being the de facto first special used. A lot of times there is something else available and ready. And for both of these teams, for Rusu on Yukai Sokai and for Reimaru on Gao Gao Dragon, the Crab Tank has been an important in for them. And so for Yukai Sokai, who now has the opportunity to make a counter pick, they are going to want to go somewhere that will enable not only Rusu, who could be on a variety of weapons. We've seen them flex around arguably the most of anybody on their team today, but Hatsuno, who felt like they were really minimized in that game too and not able to make the most use of their one weapon that they play.
Yeah, so certainly it's going to be interesting. You know, that's one of the things that we talked about it at the very beginning of the day. Didn't feel like it had too much influence as we moved along, but the engagement specials, right? Where are those? Most often, those are the crab tanks. Those are the things that are going to deny area. They are not the tacticooler. The tacticooler is a nice to have, but is not an important integral part of a successful push engagement and retake, right? It is a thing that would be nice and gives a little extra insurance, but in reality, if you're relying on your tacticooler to get the job done as your only special, that's not going to come out to be very impactful when you're trying to take back area from your opponent. So in that way, it is those crab tanks. It is how are those setups going to be utilized by the teams to take care of business. And Yukai Sokai hasn't really had a lot of success, or at least didn't on that last one there, with how they're able to get set up, because they've been so reliant on trying to get Kanto into off-angle positions that catch their opponents by surprise, and more plays with the Ultra Stamp. But to your point, it seemed like Himazine had a direct line straight to Kanto almost every time, at least equalizing a trade, meaning that things would be challenging. The counter pick comes through is Humpback Pump Track. Interesting to see this play. I think on a gut check, it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of area for the brush to run around, right? Certainly. And there's going to be more of these off angles and wider angles that you can create to try to approach the zone from multiple sides of the stage, rather than just trying to play mostly from right in front, which means that there's not a lot that, or there's not an exclusive amount of area that both the Stamper and Blaster can cover at the same time. So we'll see whether or not this pans out, because this is the first time we've watched Yukai Sokai pick this one today.
And I think a surprise to see anyone pick this today, tied for the least selected stage to be counterpicked to, at least of ones that have been selected at all, tied with Marlin Airport with a less than 1% selection rate to Humpback Pump Track. So maybe the thinking is, this is a very uniquely shaped stage. It's very circular and has effectively a moat going the length around where the zone is located on this kind of King of the Hill style plinth. And so perhaps the goal is, when you take over that zone, to have your player, whether that is going to be for Yukai Sokai, who's making the counter pick Hatsuno, for Gao Gao Dragon, who's having to react here, Himazine potentially staying on the custom blaster to try and shark around and ensure that anybody having to leap from that small lip of a sniper perch or charger perch can be directly attacked and affected. And we are going to see the Dynamo Roller come out as our main swap. The other big swap here is going to be Norishio going over to the S-Blast 91 and Reimaru onto the N-Zap as the tactical weapon of choice. Yukai Sokai, though, picking up from game one and taking the zone over first.
Well, I just spent time saying that Tacticooler wasn't much of an engagement special, so what does Yokai Sokai naturally do? Pull out 2 Tacticoolers and laugh in the face of any commentator from the West. Interesting strategy here. Of course, we've mentioned Dynamo can be incredibly strong, especially on stages such as this one, and you see why Rusu, with such a wide angle, has been able to come up with 2, now 3 going into the flow aura, and will pick up one of those Tacticoolers, joining back with the rest of the team on the left side, which is now where the threat is from Gao Gao Dragon, and where Hatno has decided to set up shop. You see now it does appear as though we're going to see Rubiton taken down, and maybe a threat and a counter punch, but no, Gao Gao Dragon goes 2 down themselves. Only this Booyah Bomb is going to have to come in clutch for them. Otherwise, it could spell disaster as they try to move towards the zone. Here's the Booyah Bomb. It's not able to find the cap. There's plenty of purple ink there on top of the zone. They have to still find a way to do this, and no, they don't. Yokai Sokai with a 100-0 knockout on a emphatic series of choices, not only with the stage, but also on their weapon composition.
One of my favorite words there, emphatic, and that was absolutely the response that they were looking for. You think about a special like the splatter color screen, it was effectively like with the ultra stamps that were coming through from Hatano, as well as the dynamo roller from Rusu, they were putting splatter color screen sized opposition in the faces of Gao Gao Dragon anytime they would try to go anywhere. You're trying to jump down from the charger lip, we're going to hit you with an ultra stamp. You're trying to flank around and seeing if you can use that moat-like rotunda that's on this stage. No, Rusu's going to hit you with just an absolute horizontal tidal wave from that dynamo roller. And so they absolutely did what they set out to do. It didn't even require so much of the sneaky, deceptive play style that I thought Hatano might try to employ to take Gao Gao Dragon by surprise. They still took them by surprise, but it was mainly on the back of them flanking around and using the natural topography here to create pincer maneuvers that did not allow for the long-range players, specifically the heavy splatling, from being able to really do anything. So you had the snipe rider as well in that game, so strong to kind of play through there. So the slight changes in composition, we of course saw the N-Zap come through, we saw the dynamo roller be played, we saw a double tactical composition, which is so surprising. But as quick of a win as you will see from Yukai Sokai, and Gao Gao Dragon is prepared with their counter pick for game 4. We head over to Mako Mart.
This makes a lot of sense to me. This is, I believe, is the stage where we saw them have a great deal of success in the first round that they played. Is probably one that they've resorted to a couple of times over the course of the day when they have absolutely needed to, and they certainly do here. I think the largest reason for that is trying to make sure that they have multiple angles that they can infiltrate. And again, that channel right in front of the zone in front of the zone that you mentioned earlier, Zach, where they're trying to control and send many of their resources. We saw that happen many times today. I'm expecting to see it happen again here. The question's going to be whether or not Yukai Sokai has the heads up to try to shut down an infiltration on the right side around their stack, or otherwise continuing to make sure that there aren't some of those infiltration angles. I don't expect to see Rusu stick with the dynamo roller here. I would expect to see back to the Splash-O-Matic, because I think the crab tank's just going to be incredibly strong. Could be proven wrong potentially, but I can't imagine that the slightly more verticality that there is on this one does not bode well for the deluge that can come out of a dynamo.
Time to see if you're right. If Yukai Sokai takes game 4, they will force a bracket reset against Gao Dragon, who hopes to force a game 5 in this match against Yukai Sokai, who will not, in fact, be bringing back the Dynamo Roller. Instead, the first time this set that we're seeing the Zinc Mini Splatling come out, Rusu over to the Splatter Shot, potentially as a counter to the Crab Tank that will, in fact, be back from Gao Dragon, who will again bring that custom blaster to the table.
Oh, and already the Trizuka looks like it found 2 there out of Rusu. Although there's some back and forth, it doesn't matter. It will be Yukai Sokai getting the first laugh. And I'm really interested to see how Nigora's Zinc Mini Splatling comes into play here. The slightly stronger special of this big bubbler, set up in a good position, is going to allow for a lot more holding potential, although might not even be needed. Hotno and Rusu infiltrating on this right side, even still taking the fight back to Gao Dragon, and now the Trizuka is over there to try to add further insult to injury. Now down to 35 already. Gao Dragon has to make a play towards the zone and will here.
Imagine trying to use the walls there, the low walls, to see if they can shark around. It will take a lot of effort and maybe even an unnecessary triple splashdown thrown on top of it, as Gao Dragon does get the zone back, but goes 3 down. The remaining member, Momo, will find a pick onto Hatsuno. Helps the assist as well onto one more jumping in from Yukai Sokai, and Rusu's going to go down. It's just going to be 1 remaining, and they get tracked all the way down. Great effort there, as it's going to be Rubiton found last, as Norishio and the rest of Gao Dragon maybe venting their frustration a little bit at not having capped the zone really before that point. We'll try to get that Ultra Stamp with the Zipcaster, will not quite come through. Somehow stays alive, coming back from the use of that Zipcast. And this is the offensive edge that we had not seen from Gao Dragon really at all this game, and now they're putting it on full effect and are threatening to take the lead.
Will be looking to play even more here, looking towards Hotno here. Norishio's going to come up with that one, go into the Flora Estate, and then dive in with the rest of the teammates on this side. The teammates are going to get taken down, but even still, the fight is so far away from the zone that it might not even matter. Hotno tries to come in here, throwing everything towards the zone in a last-ditch effort. Might be successful in doing so now with a 2-down situation, and in fact, we will see the cap come back around from Yukai Sokai. They're able to stay in this game with some quick heads-up thinking and finally being able to isolate pairs out of Gao Dragon.
Once again, each player is positionally doing so well, and now for Yukai Sokai doing similar things. The anchor player here staying back to try and let the members jump into Rubiton. Hatsuno trying to protect them as well as the zone, and they have the big bubbler on top there from the Zinc Mini to try and protect themselves a little bit better. Nigora providing that as Hatsuno looks for another flank, as we see Gao Dragon contesting this zone a little bit. No specials online as they lose Norishio early. There goes the Trizuka, gets an early pick there, and that's going to be, I believe, Himajin going down. And so Yukai Sokai chewing through this penalty. 1:45 left to go. Nigora, who usually has been on this heavy Splatling, playing a much more upfront role, and maybe now with how much they've been backed off on the heavy Splatling, taking out a bit of their pent-up needs there all on this team, as Yukai Sokai looks to claim the lead. Gao Dragon completely distracted away from the zone. Now finally gets a chance to focus on it after getting 3 members down for Yukai Sokai, but that was nearly it for Grand Finals.
You know, the interesting thing here is just how quickly they can translate a 3-down situation into a zone cap. They know they need the 3-down situation first some of the times. They go for it there, get it in the nick of time, but now, of course, have to try to work through this penalty. They're in solid position to do so. Look here, Norishio has infiltrated, is right around their opponent's tacticooler, and then you see the jumps trying to come in here as well. Gao Dragon taking the fight to Yukai Sokai before they can try to make a play towards the zone. The Trizuka comes out. The bubbler is there trying to provide some defenses, but even still not able to find a firm cap. There's the cap, applying the penalty, a huge one for some insurance in this game as Yukai Sokai looks to close out Grand Finals and force a reset.
Under 30 seconds left to go here. Momo going to get out the tacticooler, and the members of Gao Dragon going to try to benefit, but that's going to be an early pick on Norishio as they go down first once again. or Naigora trying to see if they can get into play here. They do have the Zinc Mini, and now from Rusu, it's going to be a pick from the Trizuka. They're hanging onto the zone as Norishio with the Zipcaster tries to make something work in the final 10 seconds here. A little bit of resistance coming out of the zone for Gao Gao Dragon as they have to claim the zone quickly, including using the Crab Tank, but it's not enough, and the triple splashdown also just too late. So as we see on Mako Mart, it's going to be Yukai Sokai winning this match 3-1 and coming up from losers to force a bracket reset against Gao Gao Dragon.
How about the play that they have had so far? Once again, we mentioned so often taking the fight away from the zone, but then not being afraid to step towards the zone themselves when push comes to shove. They've been able to come up with these kinds of plays time and time and time again, where they continue taking a full-on team fight next to where possible plays need to happen, which has been critical to the point of what has been needed for success today. Look, the way that they've been able to move around and the way they've been able to be flexible over the course of the day in responding to what they think not only their opponent is going to do, but what might work on any particular given stage ends up coming in there once again with Naigora switching over to a mini Splatling, which we have not seen yet today, comes in again with another victory for Yukai Sokai as we prepare for our grand finals reset.
And now we're on an even playing field. And I think the most exemplary portion of Yukai Sokai's game was in the first third of that game 4. And I was watching Rubiton, and Rubiton was just in front of the zone, essentially just walking, scoped in down the ramp that's ahead of the zone, while the remaining members of Yukai Sokai caused chaos in the spawn areas of Gao Gao Dragon to allow your Snipe Rider player to essentially hold forward with the left control stick and just have free range to aim at anybody that might be foolish enough to get past the remaining members of Yukai Sokai, gave them the opportunity to contribute offensively, where so often they've been, without the custom blaster, having to be one of the main inking and defensive contributions to Yukai Sokai. And they did a great job with that and needed those tacticoolers in order to, as you said, it's a nice to have that gives you the ability to get back into the team fight sooner, especially if you don't have a beacon at your disposal to get back into those heavily contested areas. But when you get your Snipe Rider player in a position where they can use their maximum range and pick off anybody jumping down, that is a huge boon, not only to the splat and assist ratio of each player, but also to how much time you can get and how many counts you can get off of the zone before the enemy team builds up those specials. And as you mentioned earlier, Kbot, have to find a way to entry with one of those specials. So often it's been the Crab Tank of Reimaru coming through, but also Norishio oftentimes being one of the first ones to use their special with the Zipcaster. So as we look toward a counter or a bracket reset between Yukai Sokai and Gao Gao Dragon, we await the randomly selected stage. We've seen this go both ways, Kbot. We've seen some truly off-the-wall picks, but this is not going to be one of them, as Urchin Underpass is taken off the table early.
Well, I will say it's not like either team was really keen on picking this against their opponents, I think, in this particular matchup. I think both have respect for the fact that they're kind of playing around the same range or have the potential to do so. There's not like an E-leader player here that they really want to force off of an E-leader. And in fact, I imagine both Snipe Rider players are likely to continue playing Snipe Rider even on this stage. I could be proven wrong, but I highly doubt that we're going to see much variability there. So this is a very interesting one to see in round 1. Not off the wall in terms of unexpected to be seen, but certainly off the wall in terms of potential strategy that might need to be employed.
So this should be a thoroughly fascinating look at just how even of a level these teams are on. And Yukai Sokai, one of their greatest strengths in this entire event has been their opportunity to get out in front first, both from a game perspective and from capping the zone first. The only time they weren't able to do that is when Gao Gao Dragon was able to take it from them first in game 2. And we saw the absolute massacre that happened subsequently on Mahi Mahi Resort. So as long as Yukai Sokai is strong in the early game and can grab that zone and not look back, it should be a recipe for success. However, this also could play very well for Gao Gao Dragon with players like Norishio and Reimaru. It's grand finals reset time. A best of 5 is Gao Gao Dragon and Yukai Sokai on even footing. Taking a look at the loadouts here, it will be the swap over to the Claws 96 Gal as their tactical or weapon of choice. On the opposite side of things, we will see Reimaru swapping over to the NZAP 85 and Himajin staying on this custom blaster to maintain the offensive pressure.
All right, I suppose I was wrong. Both teams electing to switch off of their snipe riders, which, again, certainly playable here and makes a lot of sense, especially with, I've noticed the Wavebreaker and its ability to cover a lot of the area. There's not a lot of very steep angles here, and that Wavebreaker, if you place it down at the bottom or even on your own side, covers the zone, covers your opponent's side of this chasm. Wait a minute, how did Hotno get back there? Has the Ultra Stamp now? He's just gonna throw it. No teammates to play around at the moment, just on their own, and he will get taken down. Gao Gao Dragon has the first lap here.
One of those areas where you see the vision and it just doesn't pan out the way you want it to. And so far, all Gao Gao Dragon so far, this is exactly how they drew it up as Momo back on the heavy splatling here. Not too much longer to go. The Zipcaster also online, but taken down before it could be utilized. Rusu trying to see if they can lock down any targets. And this is commonly where we see teams like to play when they have the advantage. Some teams are a little bit more passive, as Rusu might have gone down to the actual Wavebreaker wave there, but it's effectively trading out on both sides. Yukai Sokai does get the advantage here, but they're going to have to contend with the triple splashdown, which, as we know, can take up so much of that zone when well positioned. That's Himajin getting some effect on the objective, staying alive to get the pick onto Hatano, and despite not claiming the zone, giving Gao Gao a fighting chance to get back in it.
Will get taken down by the Trizuka of Rusu, and now that NZAP gets taken down as well, which opens up the door here for Yukai Sokai, especially with some further forward positions. You see that Claws 96 Gal lurking, waiting in the shadows, and will drop down, but is unsuccessful in doing much of anything, with the zone getting flipped right back to Gao Gao Dragon. I thought Yukai Sokai might have been onto something, but the response is there, and it is swift. Now the Ultra Stamp comes out again. It only finds a single trade, and while it may mean the cap for now, it likely won't mean much of anything unless there can be more momentum gained here, but that's real challenging with the Wavebreaker, with this heavy splatling in position, and with even more coming in. Here's the triple splashdown, gets canceled, but comes up with 2 in the process.
Yeah, Gao Gao Dragon finds Yukai Sokai in their regrouping phase. You can see Rubiton desperately trying to build up as we see a great pick there on the Hatano once again, who's had some difficulty getting the maximum value out of this Ultra Stamp, as we see Momo willingly, in a way, getting marked temporarily by that angle shooter. Norishio close to that Zipcaster once again, as the penalty is almost chewed through for Gao Gao Dragon with just under 2 seconds left to go. Gets the pick there onto Rusu as the Zipcaster is almost fully built up. Doesn't even need it to get the pick onto Hatano. Looking for more members as one has gotten behind him. I believe that's Rubiton. Now will expend the Zipcaster in the waning moments of this one. Stopped at 1. It will not be enough. And Gao Gao Dragon comes out of the gate strong in a bracket reset scenario that needed their full attention, and they will get it with a knockout in game 1 against Yukai Sokai.
First laugh on Urchin Underpass has to be a huge sigh of relief and a confidence builder if you are Gao Gao Dragon. Them being able to take care of business on this stage when both of your anchors are off their main specialty picks, it's real reassuring to pick up a win here, and the ability once again for team ups to take place between Himazin, Norishio, Reimaru. Everyone gets involved, and it is what leads the team to success.
And this is huge for Gao Gao Dragon. You know, they had not faced a ton of resistance in their winners finals match, and then had quite a bit of a break going into this grand finals, and Yukai Sokai was, again, very warmed up, had come off of some tough games, really showed that they were strong out of the gate, and when they were left to their own devices, were very difficult to stop. And Gao Dragon made the swaps necessary to stop them. Momo doing a good job going to that heavy splatling and really being the anchor player that they required. And Hemajin, being a big counter and also living just near the zone, ready to triple splashdown whenever it was needed and whenever they built it up. And we go back to Humpback Pump Track as the very first counter pick of our bracket reset. We're coming right back as Yukai Sokai is looking for anything that will benefit them. Kbot, I have a sneaky feeling we might see that Dynamo Roller come out again.
You already know what the strategy is here. They're going to go back to the one that caught their opponent by surprise and see if Gao Dragon in the interim since 3 maps ago has been able to find some kind of answer here. My guess is maybe they have some idea of what to do, but it's going to be real challenging to put away this Dynamo Roller off of Rusu, right? With the amount of presence that it can have and the torrent that it continues putting out across the entire stage and the level of mobility that we have. We'll see what happens. I think part of some of the success from Gao Dragon could have been a Wavebreaker trying to shut down Hotno as well. I wonder if that's going to be found again, although I wouldn't expect it given the weapons we've seen come out of them so far. And indeed, here we are. It's the weapon compositions we completely expect.
Well, how about from Hemajin swapping over to a vanilla blaster as opposed to a custom blaster? So deciding they don't need the triple splashdown for this stage here. We're going to have the big bubbler instead to put them in a position to have some staying power, where we've seen how hard it can be to get back at Yukai Sokai when they're in position. And once again, they've picked up where they left off, and it's going to be on the back of Rubiton, who's back over on the Snipe Rider 5H in some awkward side angle positions. They are backed off a little bit, but Gao Dragon 2 down. Somehow they'll claim the zone despite that, and because they have some staying power, the jump ins will continue to come through and give them some forward momentum.
Yeah, Reimaru, great heads-up play. Getting the Dynamo Roller down first is going to be the first step in finding any level of stable footing here. And now the Crab Tank comes out of Reimaru, but there's no one really to escort forward. And in fact, again, where do you send your players forward to? There's hardly a proper entry angle here. With the amount of area that Yukai Sokai is able to cover, there's one threat down covering each part of the width of this stage, which makes it very challenging to get very strong plays and momentum rolling. They go 2 down now, and I expect to see the zone flip right back. We'll see Rusu likely come right back on top of the zone and continue pumping out ink.
Yeah, Hatsuno, when they're on top of you, it's already too late. Backed up by Naigora, who is just living on that sniper over perch there. It looks like Hatsuno just missed with the Ultra Scamp. We're going to see one come out as we see Rusu trying to defend the zone as best they can. That was the Zipcaster of Norishio looking for the backline. They're just barely going to find it. The frame perfect pick as they get teleported back to celebrate their victory. However, it'll be short-lived as there's still lots of work to do on the zone. That's a big start in taking down Hatsuno. They also have the Crab Tank and the big bubbler. Rusu's going to fall. So as expensive as it must have cost, they will take the ability to come back and grab the zone, with Norishio keeping up the pressure, threatening that Zipcaster the entire time.
Looking for where Hemazin is. They're not able to actually team up here, and now the Ultra Stamp in the middle of the stage doesn't come up with any value. And again, Reimaru, star of the show so far in this stage, back in the flow aura, pumps the Crab Tank, and now it's all Gao Dragon in front, but they haven't kept the zone yet. The timer was not ticking down for a few critical seconds, meaning that this will be even more delayed, and now you start to see the weaknesses with the Rishio getting taken down. It's now time for Rubiton to step forward and take down Reimaru, and now we'll see the momentum flip right back to Yukai Sokai.
If your name starts with R, you're likely a star of the show here. It's been Reimaru, Rusu, and Rubiton that have done a lot of the heavy lifting here as Naigora gets taken out. They were a bit distracted by the big bubbler, seeing if they could chip it down. Rusu trying to stay alive. They're in the bottom of this moat area with not a ton of ink at their disposal. They get a teammate that's able to grab a pick, and that will help them to advance forward. Norishio going down, so no ability to use the Zipcaster there, but they do have the Crab Tank right on top of the zone from who else but Reimaru, trying to track anybody that might be on that left-hand side overhang, and they just can't get the distance on that alternate shot as Hatsuno's going to get one, but will fall shortly after with the Ultra Stamp in hand. Despite that, Gao Gao Dragon past the halfway mark, still moving through with a minute and a half left to go, and trying to get the use out of Himajin's Vanilla Blaster that is not anywhere close to that big bubbler.
And now again, just trying to find any ounce of a threat here. They're fighting with everything they've got, moving it towards the other side. Raymaru's in the crab tank again. Feels like that's the 6th one so far on this stage alone. The big bubbler has now come out to try to provide some of the defenses here for Gao Gao Dragon, and it's successful in doing so for a moment. Although we've got 2 players going down, that's the aggressive duo. Raymaru steps forward again to find a critical pick, but I don't know how much it'll actually mean as the rest of Yukai Sokai is there, ready to take back control of the zone. Himazin's gonna finally shut down Hatsuno's Ultra Stamp, and now just looking for Rusu. The team up here will take care of business. Gao Gao Dragon has a possibility to take back control here, and they could be looking for the win, but Yokai Sokai goes 3 down in the process. Where are they gonna be able to go, and where are they gonna be able to get set up now with Momo going so far forward?
Himajin, a major facilitator in allowing Momo to get to that position and also allowing the jump-ins to come back as we have 15 seconds left to go. The penalty stopped at 1 point remaining as Yukai Sokai tries desperately to get back in. We see Himajin marked and trying to stay in the safety of that big bubbler. Raymaru had, once again, the crab tank online. It's a wipeout by Yukai Sokai, and that will cement it. 2 crab tanks in a row from Raymaru, not able to be used. And despite the pressure and momentum granted by Himajin and Momo, Yukai Sokai will hold on with their counter pick and tie this match up at 1 apiece.
A huge Ultra Stamp there at the end, I will say. Gao Gao Dragon starting to figure some of this out. They're being less reliant upon those team up plays and are starting to find different avenues for success. And I think no small part, of course, is Raymaru getting even more involved on this Splash-O-Matic, right? Stepping forward, not being afraid of going for some of those more aggressive plays and catching these members of Yukai Sokai off guard in some of those critical moments. The fight was brought to them this time around on their own counter pick. And now as Gao Gao Dragon elects to go back to one of their own counter picks, we'll likely see them be on a much more comfortable stage and footing, especially with Rusu off of the Dynamo.
And give Gao Gao Dragon the credit, right? This was clearly never going to be the same element of surprise or level of success that we saw in the first game on Humpback Pump Track, but it's still a very strong composition that clearly played to both the benefits of the team and the benefits of the stage. And Rusu was still a force on that Dynamo roller that had to be answered. Naigora was still heavily pressured by the members of Gao Gao Dragon, and Raymaru for a good portion of that match was kind of running the show, staying right behind the zone on that low wall and using the crab tank whenever they got it up. But at some point, their mentality swapped, and maybe it was when Himajin bought them a bunch of that time. They got effectively 2.5 picks, 2 and an assist to allow Momo into such a great forward position. But Raymaru, 2 straight team fights where they're in the midst of it as they build up their crab tank. No thought of jumping out, no thought of trying to save that crab tank for a possible overtime or to prevent a knockout. They just go in and they don't win their 1v1s. And as a result, that's a big special taken off the board. Similarly with Norishio, yes, they do get a couple of great picks with the Zipcaster, but a lot of them either weren't able to be used once it was built up or were just ineffectual, in part because of the small amount of time you're actually given to use that special. So with how large the stage is, with its sort of circular design and shape, it could be very difficult to navigate in time. And it was only that one frame perfect pick that we saw when it was successful on stream there. So we do see the counter pick come out from Gao Gao Dragon. I think once again, to nobody's surprise, it will be a stage we've seen before already in Mahi Mahi Resort. And this, originally, the last time we saw it was a return to the Raymaru show. So now the onus shifts over to Yukai Sokai, who, yes, has tied the match, but still needs to find an answer, because just like Humpback Pump Track has been arguably Yukai Sokai's strongest stage, this looks to be one of, if not the strongest stage so far for Gao Gao Dragon.
As you were talking about all that, Zach, I decided that I wanted to do some digging to look at it because I figured that Reimaru would be a bit of a stats monster on the last one. 12 splats and assists, 4 deaths, 8 crab tanks in a 5-minute game. That feels ridiculous. For a single player to pull out 8 crab tanks feels like he was there all of the time. And I think that's one of the keys of success here if they want to continue keeping up pressure. Gao Dragon is going to need to find this one and try to execute on their counter picks. They have the advantage right now after winning game 1. If they win their 2 counter picks, they win this match and they win this tournament. It's going to come down to how well they can play this one together and whether or not they can find some of the success they were having earlier in trying to shut down Hotno. Watch out for where Himazin is and whether or not he's able to shut down the brush.
Speaking of from earlier, we see a return of Himajin over to the custom blaster. And on the opposite side of things, Nigora will be on that Zinc Mini Splatling. We'll also have the dueling Splashamatics, and it will be Gao Dragon taking the zone first. This is exactly what happened the last time we saw as a 3-down, now full wipeout situation. It's as if they never left their home turf. Gao Dragon with Norishio leading the charge, stopping Hateno from getting anywhere close. Yes, it'll be the trademark trade that we see from the Inkbrush Nouveau, but that is at a majorly disadvantageous position for Yukai Sokai.
I really like that play from Norishio. Went forward, then once their opponents started to show, went back, picked up the Tacticooler, and then made his way back up front, found a trade, and is able to keep presence for Gao Dragon up beyond enemy lines while also conserving their life and picking up that Tacticooler to get right back into the action now with the Zipcaster at the ready. Hotno is off to the side. Norishio will stay alive right over top of the drink, skimming the surface, but with 2 down, Yokai Sokai is going to find a retake.
And it could not have come at a better time. Rusu rolling around on the crab tank, trying to find any picks. Once again, though, using it as a defensive option. Himajin's going to go down, but that will be another pick, and that's a 2v2 situation effectively. But the big boon for Gao Dragon in forcing that wipeout is having Reimaru already in that crab tank, who did not have to use it defensively, got the offensive option, and Yukai Sokai stopped at 79. And we're right back to where we started. Norishio peeking forward, seeing who's coming up, and then backing out. They're knowing exactly when they need to be aggressive versus when they need to back out. The trade comes through once again. That's going to be Himajin and Nigora going down as well. And this is sort of the protective president mentality that Gao Dragon has. The furthest back player, despite not having the range, is Reimaru, who survives the Ultra Stamp throw, picks off Nigora, and helps lead to a 2, now 3-down situation as they get the assist onto Hatano.
Might have gone down in the process, but it doesn't matter much when you take care of 3 members teaming up with your teammates to get the job done. Norishio now jumps back, is going to be able to secure business, and Hotno cannot make a play for the zone. Gao Dragon capitalizes on their counter pick.
Yeah, and to nobody's surprise, the 2 strongest stages for each respective team was won by that respective team, and in relatively dramatic fashion. Yukai Sokai, of course, didn't look nearly as good in their second game as they did their first on Humpback Bump Track. Gao Dragon did look as strong in their second instance in Mahi Mahi Resort as their first. They kept the pressure on heavy. Yes, they lost the zone very temporarily at the start, but this play from Norishio, who has taken in a lot of cases a back seat to players like Himajin and Reimaru, really came to play and were a major factor in them winning this game 3 to give them the match lead. Norishio, I liked your point about how often they're up versus they're back with their team. They're providing the pressure, and to do that, they don't necessarily need to be at that highest elevation in view of where the members of Yukai Sokai are respawning from. They can play up and then jump back down, and then they can try to find, go over to the left and see who might be trying to take that, or Yukai Sokai right-hand side for Gao Dragon left-hand side dropping point, and even saved their Zipcaster for opportune moments, like when they were being beset upon in a sort of pincer maneuver. They almost hid in one of the underbelly aspects of that high ground, one of the pillars right above perilously the water. And yes, they didn't get much of an offensive value out of it, but taking so much of the gaze and distracting the members of Yukai Sokai is a huge boon in and of itself.
once again, I've paused on the stats screen on a different monitor, and Reimaru, 11 splats and assists, 1 respawn, 3 crab tanks, 882 paints in that short game. Meanwhile, Momo, 8, 1, and 3, much the same way. In fact, the rest of the members of this Gao Gao Dragon team had 4 total deaths. Hemazine had 5. But I think Hemazine was, again, specifically targeting Hotno. Hotno, 8 respawns in the last game. Could not get the job done. Could not be the tip of the spear that you so well called out earlier, Zach. And now it's Reimaru stepping up to another level, supporting the team, and Reimaru himself looking to be a repeat back-to-back Area Cup crown winner. With a win in one of the next 2 games, he'll have secured that, or give it away to Nigora on the other side.
Living in Trade City has been all well and good for Hatano up to this point. They've had the follow-up, or Hatano has been the surviving member and has been the one waiting on the jump-ins from their opponent. And usually we're able to claim at least that second splat was the trade, or maybe the third splat was the trade. Here, they're just getting one or just going down outright. And with the rest of your composition being outclassed in that last game, that is not a recipe for success. You need a player like Hemazine, who was getting the picks, and Norishio, who was getting the picks without going down so often, a less volatile playstyle than what Hatano, by nature of their playstyle and weapon, have been leaning on the entirety of this event. So that's something you're going to have to answer as we look toward the next counter pick here for Yukai Sokai. This will be, regardless, their last counter pick of the tournament, with Gao Gao Dragon up 2-1 in a best of 5. If it does go to a game 5, Gao Gao Dragon would have the honor of selecting the final stage for a counter pick. And it's about, we highlighted for each of these teams, they've had a stage that felt like home that they were dominant on. For Yukai Sokai, do they have a second one in their back pocket? Because I don't think they have anything that was as emphatic as that first Humpback Pump Track game. They have to have something within this huge pool of stages that they feel confident enough in to make their final counterpick selection.
Well, the pick has come through, and it is Bluefin Depot, where they won in the random game 1 on the last one. Maybe not something they have in their back pocket that they feel more comfortable on, but rather going back to what worked in the last match. They're probably hoping to recreate some of the success they had, where it's actually Rusu on some of those flank angles, diverting and distracting those resources. And it'll be interesting to see whether Gao Gao Dragon has the heads up to try to shut that down and prevent those wider flank angles and potential threats from being a reality. I think that's one of the key parts of this that I'm looking for most. And here's the other thing, Zach, you kind of called it out, where Hotno has been comfortable in the trade settings, but that wasn't as impactful in the last one. It's because of where those trades are happening. If Hotno is not able to get to a position that's advantageous, that is able to draw resources away from the specific target where their opponents want to be, then it's not going to be a quote unquote good death, right? Instead, if Hotno gets taken down early before they get into a position that is impactful, it's just going to be another routine pick, and it doesn't matter what the rest of the team tries to do. They don't have the ability to try to follow up. That'll be the key part of this that's worth noting. How flexible are they going to let Hotno be? How flexible is Rusu going to be coming up on a far side and trying to get the job done there?
Gao Gao Dragon with a chance to put on the crown and become your winners of Area Cup Crown 3 for Yukai Sokai, looking to take this one to a deciding game 5. And to your point, Kbot, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and Rusu may opt to take that mentality with the build that they put together for the mirror match of the Splash-O-Matic here, as we see the first pick once again going against Hatano. So the old habits dying hard here. Reimaru getting the pick not just on the crab tank of Rusu, but on Rusu themselves. Despite that, it takes 25 seconds for the zone to be capped, but Gao Gao Dragon upon Norishio's back with that Zipcaster, carrying that momentum into game 4.
Norishio once again flying low with about 5 points of health left, it looked like. Just goes for the play and it ends up working out anyway. Now, oh, Himazine, beautiful direct there. It is looking for even more as Gao Gao Dragon is setting up these holds. They are going to get taken down one member at a time with Momo going down. That's going to be a huge long-range threat. But there's Hanno getting taken down again in the Ultra Stamp. Even if the rest of Yukai Sokai is able to come forward, they won't have nearly the same presence that they might have wanted here, and it'll be a rather weak hold.
Hatano's struggles becoming highly publicized as they look to find an answer. They'll get it on the back of taking down Reimaru's Crab Tank, and now their first shot at a bit of aggression, and this is where Rusu, look at them at the entire top of your screen, but are taken down almost immediately, spotted out by Himajin, who was boosted anyway by the Tacticooler, would have been back in a flash, but that is that big flanking element that we hypothesized about gone in an instant. They will get the big bubbler out of Himajin in a somewhat unideal spot. Norishio, though, moving forward, is pincered, still gets the pick on an Igora, and will fly back to right behind the zone. And Gao Gao Dragon surviving a bit of a hit, but still looking like the stronger team.
How fun is it to watch Norishio jump off of the edge, knowing that he's going to get the pick, and then zip casting away back to safety, living on the edge here, and it is enough. Now doesn't have any ink, is trying to just dance around, will stay alive for a little longer, but it's not going to be enough to find a play. Even still, Gao Gao Dragon has control of the zone. They're 3 members up, and now another one goes down. Oh no, Hatno again, as the rest of the team of Yokai Sokai is trying to come in on this left side. They don't have the presence and an engagement special to get them any further beyond, and now Reimaru is ready to lock down the zone. The Crab Tank gets popped as Hatno comes over the edge. It's an easy trick play, and it comes through here now for Gao Gao Dragon, who's looking to find the lockout to victory.
Reimaru is clearly the point being focused on by Yukai Sokai and survives an Ultra Stamp throw as well as the alternate fire shot from the opposing Crab Tank, lives it out, and then has a Crab Tank of their own to live the momentum through as Gao Gao Dragon has gotten rid of the entirety of their penalty. They do get one back of 38 points as they lose the zone temporarily, and Momo basically living on this high ground. There's a pick on an Igora by Himajin, trying to move forward there as they get stuck in a bad spot. They get finally spotted out by the burst bomb. That was an inevitable situation, and this could create an opening for Yukai Sokai, but so far locked to this high ground. They do have the Ultra Stamp, which will come out. Seems like they can't make anything work. Rusu tried to flank on the left-hand side again, and that penalty's gone just as it came by. Gao Gao Dragon with a 2-1 player advantage.
1v2, Momo's the only one up, has to make a play towards the zone, otherwise the game's gonna be over and the tournament's gonna be won. Here comes everybody diving for the top of the zone, but they're just too late. It's Gao Gao Dragon that are the champions of Area Cup Crown number 3, and Reimaru on the repeat.
On the back of some spectacular performances by all 4 members of Gao Gao Dragon, have to break them down one by one. Momo, that constant presence on the back line, never really heard about them, but also never really criticized them either. They were just this presence that stayed alive and was able to keep the Tacticoolers coming, as well as some major paint on the zone. Then you look at Reimaru, one of the MVPs for this team, was so good on Mahi Mahi Resort, constantly outplayed other Splash-O-Matic or general Crab Tank users. Himajin, the most flexible of the team, able to go over to the custom blaster and be so strong with those directs, with those indirects as well, and protecting their team. You could even see it in the replay there. The big bubbler doing some great work on the zone, and rounds it out by Norishio, who was flying so low and so high with that zip caster, and also with their main weapon hitting some distanced shots. It's deceptive sometimes. You forget how long range the Splatana Stamper actually is. That makes a lot of other weapons, especially those played by Yukai Sokai, ineffectual. We see the final stats on your screen. Look at Reimaru here. 8-1 performance on Bluefin Depot. Beautifully done. Kbot, you've been the stats guy as well. Look at Hatano with a 3-11 performance on Bluefin.
That's what I'm saying here, right? Like I think where Gao Gao Dragon won the most were those opportunities where they were able to shut down Hotno, where they were able to take the fight to Hotno first, not let Hotno decide the terms of any individual battle. And so I think that is where things like I called out, the Wavebreaker, the heavy Splatling when we were on Urchin was impactful. And I think even without that Wavebreaker, Gao Gao Dragon was able to adapt around that. And it was especially Hemazine that was going forward and trying to eliminate Hotno at nearly all costs, because they knew that if they didn't let the brush divert resources and be the distraction that brushes we know they can be, they would be successful. And I think that's the key adaptation that Gao Gao Dragon was able to make over the course of all 8 games that were played that led them to closing out the second set in victory. So props to them for finding that answer. It wasn't necessarily the Wavebreaker itself, but it was certainly shutting down the brush, or rather taking the fight to the brush, not letting the brush decide its own terms.
Well, that is our event. Area Cup Crown 3, your champions are Gao Gao Dragon as they win a bracket reset against Yukai Sokai. Kbot, anything to mention from yourself before we end off on the day?
The only thing that I have is that this channel will be live again in, what is it? Mental math moment. 3.5 hours or so for the Sendo-Q LCQ coming through in just a little bit. So if you're curious to watch more Western Splatoon later today, you're welcome to come right on back. I will be on that show later today, in addition to a handful of the other fantastic folks. So be sure to tune into that as we continue gearing up for Global Gauntlet number 2.
Kbot, of course, always a pleasure. Despite your insistence, one of the most analytical minds in the game to this date. I want to shout out again Area Cup Live, which is a newly announced LAN tournament in Tokyo, the first since November of 2022. It's a Splat Zones competitive LAN tournament, and you won't want to miss the action. We also have some SWS events and Area Cup 59th being held on May 22nd. I, of course, want to shout out my wonderful production crew in Ellie and Roy on the production and translation. Thank you so much to all the players that participated and for you watching at home. So that's going to do it for us in Area Cup Crown 3. Gao Gao Dragon, your champions. Congratulations once again. And until next time, we'll see you later.